Good num morning. We're back with session 25 of Blue Reflection Second Light, where today is the big day. Today is the important one. We've reached the end of chapter 6, so you know what that means. Well, and reached the end of chapter 6 in chapter 7, sorry. You know what that means. Uta is coming. Uta is very imminent. We're going to have some other things to do first, obviously. Like, we've got this side quest to get an electrical circuit, which will allow us to build the weather-changing bed, because we need an electric circuit for that. And we might make a couple of these as well, but we're kind of running out of space. But a lot of these are tied to hitting people's rank 8s, so I'm not too, like, fast at getting them straight away, but we'll see. But let us begin. Actually, I'm going to get that first, but then let us begin by doing our stealth mission to kind of get ourselves warmed up since it's been a couple days. Tired already? You have way too much energy. You scared me. I thought you were going to swim all the way out to the ocean. I could swim all the way to the island if I wanted to. Please, no. As much as I absolutely love streaming like every day and whatnot, my throat very much appreciated taking yesterday off. I feel a lot more relieved, I feel a lot more like with it again, and my throat feels a lot better. Probably isn't perfect, and probably isn't going to appreciate me using it again so quickly after, you know, that 8 or 9 days straight, but we'll figure that out as we go, you know? But I'll put it in my pinned, but the schedule should be this today, Klonoan 2 tomorrow, Genshin on Tuesday. And if Genshin ends up being 1 stream or 2 streams, we'll figure that out when we get to it. Honestly, like, we'll just see how it goes when we get to it. Oh, it's this one. Okay, I was wondering when this stealth mission would come up. The, Chiron one. Oh yeah, Hiyori said that she wanted to do some special training together, didn't she? There he is. Oh, right. Let's get to it. First one to make it all the way through without getting spotted is the winner. Wait, this is a competition? Ready, go! Wait, hold up, Hiyori. I pretty much remember the route. So this is one of the 2 that actually gave me trouble in the original run. So I do remember the route. And if we can get past Kyram and get to the checkpoint, it doesn't matter, because the other dragon's not too bad to get past. And there's your warning from Hiyori. Hey, it can see you as you go across, so be careful. Up here, wait for it to come back. You can hear the funk dunk apocalypse in the distance. There he is. Morning camo. Yep, it's the Uta time. I alternated the titles for a bit before I decided on it. The subtitle for this stream originally was just Uta Komagawa in all caps. So I was like, no, no. If someone just hops in on this stream, they won't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. Oh, jeez. Okay, that rock still counts as blocking its view, so I can use it from here. We just got to navigate past fucking Kyram again. No, I remember this. I'm going to wait until you completely do one. I'm not going to risk it. Actually, I line up perfectly with this. I should be good. Yeah, we're good. And that took us like 5 or 6 attempts on the first playthrough, and then we just did it in 1. Nice. Oh, it's almost like I remember struggling at this section, and I've learnt. For the record, outside of, like, I think I did a little bit of resource gathering at the end of the last Blue Reflection stream, I haven't touched this game since. So I'm the same level as I was. I'm, like, the same everything. Because we're kind of at the point now where, unless we actually hit, like, a major obstacle, I don't want to, like, grind too much. The only reason... How does this not count? How does this not count? I should be caught. I'm dead to... Okay, thanks, game. I'm kind of at the point where it's like, until we reach a struggle point, I don't want to grind. And the only reason I grind when Hiyori joined is because she joined like 10 levels below everyone. Oh, I can't remember which way. There was like, I think either the left path or the right path was like super easy to get through, and the other was like a nightmare. We're not going to make that. Yep. Don't get stuck on the scenery. Well. Okay, the wall, the invisible wall doesn't go that wide out. Good to know. Since apparently this works for some reason. I wasn't fucking going for it. It was like, it was over there in the corner, just gonna leg it. Nice. Okay, that wasn't too bad. 2 attempts in the second section, only one the first. And goal. That was even more exhausting than fighting, but in a totally different way. But that was good practice. Next time, we can see just how close we can get without them noticing. Yeah. Hey, wait, that's not the point. We want to avoid fighting. You're right. I don't know if I can do that, to be honest. I don't think that's such a bad thing. It just means we have to cover each other. Thanks, Al. I knew I could count on you. Leave it to me. Thanks for coming with me today. Nice, we got an electric circuit, so we can make the night bed and have fucking nowhere to put it. Because we haven't got far enough for Yuki to want us to upgrade all this, so he can actually get more gland to put stuff down in. It's the same reason why I don't really want to make like all the rank 8 stuff straight away, even though I can't make half of them anyway, just because there's nowhere to put it. So we've already got enough crap here, there, and everywhere. I mean, I'll at least make the night bed and the weather bed, and just make it replace the day cycle bed, since I think it leads to different scenes anyway. And then we can just put the other one down again. You know, actually, what's the set bonuses before we do that? Is there one involving the bed? Please say no. It's slash damage. Okay, that's not the end of the world. Fuck! Okay, never mind. And either recovery speed. Kind of need that one. Coco's projects and Shio's projects. And we need to make room for, you know, the plot thing. Oh god. Let's make that electric circuit first. Only one? What the? We only have one broken pocket? Hang on. How do I only have one broken pocket watch? Yeah, I don't need 99. Oh jeez, and 1,000 of you? Oh god. There we go. I probably don't need that many electrical circuits. It's just so I don't have to worry about it too much later on. I want to make a bunch. There we go. Alright, what the fuck are you gonna replace?
どの辺に置こうかな。
The bonfire's not tied to a set effect, is it? Hang on. I like how this game's... Death Wish has made me super conscious of all the set bonuses. No, it's not. Okay, we can get rid of the bonfire. Well, on normal, I didn't really give a fuck. I just put it down. I was more worried about the dates I could be missing out on. But now on this one, I'm like, no, I need this. There. And I still need to make room for the Uta summoning ritual. I mean, the sunflower field. So what do you think of the bed? It's very fancy. The moon and stars are pretty cute, huh? Sure. It reminds me of a baby bed. You'd look great on a bed like this. Oh, I'm picturing it now. Huh? It's way too cute for me. That's the point. I don't understand, but if you say so, I'll give it a try. Yay! Yeah, ow, your gay is showing again. If only you get on with me, of course. That's, sure, my pleasure. I saw on the Blue Reflection subreddit, someone put, like the most owl encapsulated moment, and it was like a picture of Owl, like, during a date with Shio going, hey, beautiful, and someone just put, like, Owl's least gay moment. I was just like, yeah. Anyway, all the comments were hilarious. Like, one of them was just like, hey, it's one of those moments where Owl's allowed to step out the closet for a bit. So, because I could make this as well, but it's like, I have nowhere to put it. I'm sorry, Reina. I mean, let me see. Oh, the animal rides are over there. I was like, what's over there? So that'll just have to wait, because we can't really do anything with it. This, on the other hand, okay. Oh, all three of the stands, damn it. I was hoping one of the stands I could replace for now. What about that little scruff of flower? I know what I'm talking about, don't worry. Okay, no, we can replace that at least. I know we've only made it recently, but it doesn't serve any other purpose right now. It probably does for like Reina's set bonus or something like that, but for now, let's just slap this here. Hang on, before we do that, I just noticed something. Aha! Aha! We unlocked more dates by putting the bed down. I knew it. I knew it. Uta gets delayed by another 10 minutes. Come on, Hiyori. Yeah, you want to go to the celestial bed. We didn't go on enough dates with you two pair of nitwits last stream. It's an empty hallway. I get an urge to run down it, but me would get mad, so I better not. You're pretty well behaved, huh? A bed like this really makes you dream big. Dream big? Yeah, like, what if we had a pajama party with everyone? Ooh, I like where this is going. I want to chow down on a mountain of fried chicken in the middle of the night with everyone. Today's episode, Owl sleeps with her harem, yeah. Huh? Why fried chicken? Because it's my favourite. I like how on the first playthrough, I genuinely didn't really register or notice that Owl's favourite food is fried chicken. Yet in this run, it's like, once per stream, I've accidentally led to her bringing it up. You know? Really? I didn't know that. I love fried chicken too. But then there's that great debate with lemon versus no lemon. Oh no, the pajama party might turn into a war zone. We can get other food besides fried chicken, like cute little cakes, maybe a mystery punch. Cute little cakes? Oh, we gotta have those. What about the mystery punch? Let's come back to that later. I guess that's a no. If only there was a mall here. We could all go and pick out the right stuff. I haven't gone shopping in forever. We should all go when we get back to our world. If only.
あおちゃん
Ow? Oh, sorry, I lost the vibe for a second. I just really hope we'll be able to do that someday. We will! I know we will! Hiyori?
頑張ろう
After we fix all our problems, we'll all hang out. Let's do it together, Al. I think I said you're amazing, Hiyori, last time. Thanks, Hiyori. I feel a little better now. Really? Yeah, let's keep giving it our best tomorrow. So glad you were here with me today, Hiyori. Really? But, oh, what is it? You're really close, Hiyori. The owl I know is back, but you still seem a little tired. In that case, there's only one thing to do. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. Anything to do is sleep? I'll just pretend to be asleep. Ow, are you asleep? I'm pretty sleepy myself.
ひよりさん
Hiyori? Looks like she fell asleep before me.
ありがとう
Hiyori, thanks for encouraging me earlier. I really appreciate it. Maybe I'll stay here just a little longer. Will she wake up if I snuggle up next to her? Her arms are so warm. Ow! Ow! The stream isn't. We haven't even been here for 20 minutes. This is the second time I've caught you. Arms are so warm. Must be sleepier than I thought. I must have fallen asleep. What's happening right now?
また連れてってよ
Alright, and now to definitely not flirtatiously or suspiciously drag the other sister to the same bed. Whenever I figure out where the hell she is. Oh, is that her way over there? It's crazy we're in chapter 7 again already. That we're at Uta again already. Because literally it's like we're going to do the Uta Heartscape. And then, you know, we're straight into the Yuki arc. You know, the Yuki story. Oh, do you have a bit of time now?
エスコートお願いねあお
Are you sleepy, Al? Ah, sorry about that. I just must be a little tired. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Let's go take a break.
そうね
It'd be nice to have a bench here.
うんうん
You're right, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, he was out of the closet around this part of the game. Yeah, true. She starts to get a lot more vocal. Yeah, case in fucking point. Like, look at Mio's face. She's like, what the fuck's this girl doing? Look at Mio's face. Like, that is a death stare. That is, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. It was like, yes, in the like Blue Reflection subreddit, I saw that post of, like, you know, the whole owl flirting with Shio. And there was someone in the comments of it that was genuinely highlighting how they kind of got annoyed that they have all these little scenes, but they never let you do anything with it, really, with Owl. You never get to actually, like, date anyone. I was like, right? And the funniest part is that the dude used Uta as an example. He said in Uta's talent level, they get super goddamn close, and then Owl just cold feet it at the last second with her not understanding Uta's intentions. And I was just like, oh, so there's other people that are also annoyed by that with Uta specifically, with her talent level, that it ends up not going anywhere at the last second, even though, like, Uta literally spells it out to Owl how she feels. And it's like, yeah, it would be nice. That's like my biggest thing I want in a third game. You've already opened the door to gay relationships, so let the pro tag date someone. If you want to keep that feeling of empathy, all they need to do is not do the persona thing and let you just date everyone. Make it that when you get to like rank 8 or 9 or something, the game will like come up saying like, oh, if you respond in a certain way to get them to date with you, it will lock off this option with every other girl in the game, or something like that. So it forces you to pick only one girl to date. And the way that they could make sure that, you know, pick wisely is make it that like the rank 8 or 9 scene, just like in this game, doesn't show up until later on. They could make it that the rank 8 scenes only start to show up once every main character is introduced. and you've had a little bit of time with them, like a chapter or two of everyone, so you know like what every character's kind of like, have a basic feel of every character, and then you can view their rank 8 scenes and like pick the one to date, and it could lead to unique scenes and slight changes to the dialogue, maybe even in the main story. You know, one up Persona in that one, and actually make the relationships have little extra lines of dialogue in the story. Because as far as I'm aware, that only happens once in P5, and it's like one off scene just before Sai, where they talk about where they talk about the protag, they talk about Ren, and it's like if you're dating either, I think it's Anne, Makoto, or Futaba, one of them will react slightly differently if you're dating one of them, and like that's the only time in the whole of P5 that your relationships and how you handle your social links actually affects the main story, and it's like a little flavor scene. So it's like in the third game, I think like go all out, make it so you can date a character, and it leads to unique stuff. Anyway, nuzzle nuzzle. What are you doing, Al? This bed feels kind of romantic, so I just... Al, it's fine this time because it's me, but you shouldn't let yourself get carried away like that. Oh, okay. But I will make a special allowance for today. I feel like I've plunged into the night sky when I sleep here. It's nice. The night sky. Oh, let me guess, you don't like this bed. I'm sorry, but that's right. It's a little childish, isn't it? But being with you like this, it feels quite comforting. Yeah, me too. Did I fall asleep? Good morning to you too, Al. And wait, I was cuddling you, wasn't I? Ow. Ow, if this stream is... this is the 4th fucking time now. It was literally 2 in this social link, in this event, I've caught you slacking with your sexuality. We get it, Al. It's like, that's right. I used you as a body pillow too. You're very comfortable, Al. That's good, I guess. I was holding you pretty tightly. Do you have any trouble sleeping? Oh, I have no idea what I said last time, but look at Al's face. That is a guilty face. That is the I want to say something I know I'm gonna regret. Look at her face. Not at all. I wasn't drooling, was I? She had to check herself. It doesn't look like it. Oh, phew. Besides, I wouldn't have minded if you had drooled on me. If you would mind. Oh shit, the special someone. Did I just hit rank 10 with Mio? No, I didn't. I hit rank... What was that trophy then? Oh, I hit rank 10. I hit rank 10. I was going to say, why did I just get a trophy? It's because the Owl's Harem made too much progress. For a second, I thought I'd hit rank 10 with Mio. I am curious if that unlocks any unique scene. Oh, I forgot I'd got this. Weak against, situation inflicted. Decreased damage taken. That could be handy considering your defense. Actually, yeah, I'll chuck that on. Oh, there was more. Owl's trying to cope with no Uta by flirting with everyone. You're not supposed to know about her yet. Decreased damage taken. I am curious that now Owl's rank 10, if there's any unique scenes that we can trigger. Maybe not yet, but probably later on. Like when we've got everyone. If there's like a special scene for like Owl becoming best buddies with everyone. If there's a scene of like everyone spending time with her or something. Actually, I should check. There isn't any other dates, right? That is it. Okay. But I think the little flower, this plant thing here, has a date with Uta tied to it. I don't want to get rid of any of the big three over here because they all tie to helpful effects. And all three of these stands have a set effect. And what's over here? The animal rides and the other bed. Fuck it, the animal ride can go. For now. Alright. Alright, we know what time it's for. Sunflower garden? There was a field of them around our town. Ah, that reminds you of home, huh? It's beautiful. Come to think of it, that's where we first met her. It's interesting to think about it. Their first interaction with Uta, back when Uta was in Sadie mode, was involved sunflowers. So literally, like, when Uta was in this "I feel nothing, I'm against the world" sort of thing, somewhere deep in the darkest parts of her mind and heart, there was still that attachment and that guilt that she just didn't understand present in her, that she was near sunflowers again. You know, even like, you know, the sadistic evil version of Uta that they encountered still had that part inside of her. It was just so buried, it was hard to notice. It's just now with context you can sit there and be like, oh, you know? Yeah. What are you doing here? Oh my, what a coincidence. Oh, don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. I have no desire to fight with you. Then what are you doing here? You know, I positively despise not being in the loop. Especially when it comes to my own feelings. Just unbearable. So yeah, it was a part of her then. She just didn't get it. Uta, like that part of her was still with Uta at that point. She just didn't understand it, and it annoyed her. It annoyed the sadistic side of her. So I thought, why not just tear it all apart? I wonder what it could be. What? Stand back! And they start like, danger, danger, whoop, 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 danger! Uta Komagawa has joined the group in Saving Private Ryan. Uta Komagawa. Yes. And who might you be? And where are we? Huh? You are Uta Komagawa, correct? Yes, my name is Uta Komagawa, but I can't seem to remember anything else. I'm sorry, could anyone explain what is going on? It's like she's a different person. Is it because she lost her memories? I'll go get the others. So, Uta, I have this ring. I have this ring. It's black and red, and it's like a prized possession of mine that I had forever. I actually wear it on some of my streams. It's this little one that I've got on my finger right now. You can hear it when I tap my controller. So, you know... so, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Your relationship with Al is about to be shelved yet. That's Uta Komagawa. She certainly looks like how you describe her, but... I mean, now we have to do this section again. It's like, even putting aside how I am with Uta, it genuinely kind of bugged me a little bit. It's like, yeah, we know Uta's dangerous, but she's also lost her memories. These girls don't really have the right to restrict those, you know, that information from Uta. I know that it's dangerous, I know Uta's dangerous, but you know what I mean? Like, they're all teenagers trying to figure out what's going on. They don't really have the right to suddenly reject one's own self like that and stop Uta from being able to learn anything about their past. Yet they actively discuss it here for a bit, and it's Owl that kind of steps up and goes, wait, no, that's not really fair. You know? As I described her, but her personality is completely different. And I also didn't like the fact that they isolate her for a while. Because this, you know, this whole game about them all coming together and whatnot, why separate someone like that for a while? I'm glad that, you know, they come around to Uta, but you know what I mean? It just kind of seemed... Like, I get that they're distrustful and kind of hesitant, but at the same time, they almost act... like, if I was Ao in this situation, I'd be kind of annoyed at everyone, you know? I'd be like, come on, you've helped everyone without a shadow of a doubt, without any hesitation, and now you're hesitating with this girl. There's fucking 9 of us, 10 if you count Yuzu. If something goes wrong, it will be fine. Let's just roll with it, you know? Even the way she speaks is different from what we saw in Hiyori and Mio's Heartscape. You're right. She's so calm. Could losing her memory have also affected her personality? She could be waiting for us to drop our guard. Why would she really do that if she doesn't remember anything? If she's cruel as you said, I suppose it could be possible. Well, what do we do? Are you sure it's a good idea to help her regain her memories? Like, come on! Like, you know what I mean? That's what it comes. I'm sitting there, I'm like, that shouldn't be in question. You know, like, it's not their right to restrict someone else's own memories. It's, you know, like, I don't really know how else to word it. Like, I get what they're doing in the story, and I get what they're doing with the characters at this point to have, like, you know, a game changer enter the field, but it just seems so out of place, because it's like, no, it's not, you can't do that. We may have been able to help we may have to help her understand this world, but we don't have to mention the old Uta yet. Let's just see how things go. And poor Uta is probably like confused as fuck trying to figure out exactly where she is and what's going on, and suddenly she's isolated and just left sitting here in her own silence, left to her mind. Apologies, Komagawa. We were just discussing how best to start. So about this world. She doesn't look very dangerous to me, but I should speak to her more later to see what I can find out. So an Owl's the one that's like, well, she just seems like a normal girl. Let's fucking talk to her. Uta? Oh, you must be Owl. You say that, wait until we see what your talent level is when this cutscene's over. Well, did the others help you understand this world? I think I've got the grasp of the basics. That this place is a shelter to protect us from the destruction of the world, and that we need to escape. Truthfully, it's quite hard to believe. I know what you mean, but I promise it's all true. But feel free to ask if you have any questions. I'm happy to help. In that case, there's one thing I'd like to know. What's that? Where's the bathroom? The bathroom? Did I say something strange? Oh, no, sorry, I was just surprised. I was expecting a more difficult question. I'll show you, follow me. Yeah, immediately introducing, by the way, that Uta struggles to read the room. You know, immediately putting that implication in. Uta starts at level 7, okay. That's actually lower than I thought it would be. I would have thought, considering how far past 10 we was, that she would start at like rank 8 or 9. Well, I can't check the phone, Uta, because I'm literally talking to you. Let's go. Let's go, baby girl. We've got some talk points. I always wanted to win one of these things. I wonder, why are trophies shaped like this? What? They were always shaped like cups, but they're never used as cups. That's true. They looked like they'd be very awkward to drink out of. If I were to be given an award, I think I would want something more practical. I'm sorry, did I say something weird again? No, I was just thinking about how right you are. I really admire how you look at things practically. Oh, you know what date we need to do before the end of this stream? We need to do the night pool one. and see what happens if you don't push her in the water and don't flip the thing. That's like running when I see a long hallway, don't you, Uta? I'm not sure I understand. Is that a popular activity in this world? No, sorry, never mind. So you gotta remember, Al, this is the start of meeting Uta. She does no concept of emotion, empathy, or expression. She doesn't understand any of that. So something as just an impulse feeling, she's not gonna know what that is. Her hair is almost the same length, isn't it, Uta? Yes, it is, though I believe my hair is slightly longer. But it's also slightly scruffier as well, which is why it gets the effect that it's longer. Because look at Al. Al's has got a very sharp cut, like a very sharp curve around her hairline. Whilst Uta's, she kind of lets it free flow a little bit more, so it looks longer than it probably actually is compared to Al. You know, I've always thought, isn't this length the worst when it comes to bedhead? You might be right. If it were longer, we could tie it up, and the weight would help prevent bedhead to begin with. Exactly. I'm not overfixing my hair every morning. It is annoying having to wake up early to make time for that. I'm so glad you understand. If I put this headband on, we practically have the same hairstyle, Al. Hey, that hairstyle is like my only thing. You can't take it away from me. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to. I was like, no, this is my one character trait. This is what makes me cute. Don't take this from me. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, no, wear the headband. I want them to look. I want to see how they'd look. Much quieter here than on the first floor. That's so. I can hear many sounds of life here too. Really? I don't hear anything at all. You have really good ears, Uta. Thank you very much. The dam was about to break. You had to go that bad? Our hair is kind of the same length. It's almost like we're two sides of the same coin, Al. Which, yeah, to be fair, they kind of are. Like, that is kind of like the narrative setup they have here. Even though Al wasn't in the anime and Uta was, so Uta came first. I imagine the anime's writing and development went in around the same time this game did. So having Uta be the way she is and look the way she is makes a very strong contrast. Like a definite, like, you know, mirroring image of Al. Just kidding. Okay. May I ask something else? Of course. The others told me about the state this world is in, and what you've all done up until now. But I still haven't been told anything about this school, or about life here. I guess we were so focused on explaining our situation we forgot all about that. Alright then, how about I give you the tour? Thank you very much. Showing her the classrooms, the workroom, and courtyard should about do it, right? Come on, you little bean. Who's like... Actually, I shouldn't call her little. She's like... I think she's like an inch... Like a glimmer of an inch taller than Al. Maybe like a centimeter or two. This is the classroom. We hang out and sleep here. The classroom on the second floor is basically the same. Would you like to sleep on the floor, on this floor, or the first or second floor, Uta? Is there any other difference besides the floor they're on? The first floor is for the loud people, and the second floor is for the quiet ones, basically. Yeah. I'll take the second floor. Okay, so you'll be with Reina, Hinako, Shio, and Mio. And eventually Lime. Okay, I'll ask Reina later. This is the workroom. We cook meals and craft tools here. How do you decide who's on cooking duty? Right now it's mostly Mio and Shio. Kirara helps out sometimes too. And Yuki, I'm not really sure if she helps out or just makes a mess. I'd like to help out here. I'll talk to Mio and the others when I get the chance. She seems so nice. Doesn't seem like she has any kind of ulterior motive to me, but... Because I get this whole date and walk around, it's not just, you know, trying to introduce another character to the scenery. It's like, it's making Ao build enough of a connection with Uta that she'll then defend Uta when everyone else has doubts, letting her see her memory. I might have at one point, but I seem to have forgotten. Then let's try them all. You might find one you like, Uta. That is true. Let's try that. As much as we like to go off, like, you know, the headcanon of, like, Ao had an epiphany and just immediately trusted Uta. No, it's because of this. This sets up that she has a reason to put trust and faith in Uta. And so is prepared to defend her when everyone else still doubts her. It just so happens that it really starts to show that it made Uta have a much greater appreciation for Ao than maybe even Uta realizes, which is why she gets so close and kind of flirtatious in a lot of her ranks, even more so than how Hiyori can be. What is that? Have you heard about the Heartscape? Heartscape? That's right, we'll be in trouble if she gets her memory back. You don't need to worry about it for now. There are dangerous demons there, so don't go near it. Demons? It's not a lie, but it feels bad hiding the whole truth. Oh, hello, Ao. Uta, what are you up to? I was just showing Uta around the school. Sad how everyone shunned Uta and all Uta has been saying here is how she wants to help. Yeah, I suppose kind of what I was getting at. Like, everyone, like... I get it, like, especially like, in Hiyori and Mio's case. The Uta they remember was a vicious, evil, vindictive monster. And so suddenly having that face show up and be like, I want to help, you're going to be like, no. But it's just, I wish like they could be a little bit more prepared to take that step back and kind of think about it and be like, well, she has no memory of who she is, full stop. Let's just go with it for now. Because you're stuck with her regardless, you know? I'm just showing Uta around the school. She's been an incredible help. I've learned so much. I recommend a visit to the library. Perfect place for a nap. Oh, Kirara. I also recommend the library. The sunset is beautiful from there. I see. Thank you very much. Oh, not too interested, huh? Oh, well... I'm sorry. I just don't understand. Isn't the point of a library to read books? I guess I can't argue with that. Yeah, and now we're starting to see the glimmers, you know, like this... But they don't straight up say it immediately. They do kind of like give you little pieces to let you figure out for yourself that, yeah, Uta really can't understand emotions, expressions, empathy, all that sort of stuff. And so she sees things extremely logical. I think that it's best for one to enjoy their time somewhere in the way that suits them best. Though Kirara's style seems pretty wrong to me. There is no law demanding that I read a book while in the library. I used to help at the library at school. As a librarian, I declare naps to be allowed. This is an abuse of your authority. Look at that little smug face on Kirara. She's like, I'm the librarian. I make the rules. Yes, you have a point. I'll be sure to stop by the library. Thank you for showing me around. I think some, like Aokoko, Yuki, maybe Shio think Uta's okay, while the sisters Reina and Hina are more rational and shun. Yeah. The ones that are, the more, like, loud and energetic types seem to be more accepting as a whole, whilst the more quieter, more mature, methodical are more hesitant. Like, Kirara just doesn't seem too fussed either way, but, like, everyone else seems a little bit more, like, it's a bit more of a deterrence than some of them. Do you think we bored her? I think she might just be a really serious person. I think you are both wrong. I think Uta is incapable of empathy. What? Before losing her memory, Uta never once thought of how other people felt. And even if she did understand how another person was feeling, she couldn't put herself in that situation. Capable of empathy? In a game whose central theme is empathy. Well, fuck. Oh, right, now it's time to do this. Uta! Ow, is something the matter? Nope, I just saw you sitting out here. How are you finding things here? I was worried at first, but now I believe I'll be alright. That's good to hear. Do you think I will get my memories back? It seems like everyone else has been able to recover most of their memories. Which means there is a way of getting them back, isn't there? There is, but I'd like to recover mine. Ever since I awoke, I felt like there's this hole in my chest. It's as though I'm not myself. Yeah, Uta and Owl's are the game's outliers for different reasons. Yeah, like it's fitting that Owl's the first character you meet and Uta's the last character you meet, really, because you've already kind of met Lime. And they are both like sticking point outliers. I say that, so's Yuki, but for very different reasons. It's as though I'm not myself, like I'm living someone else's life. And keep in mind, at the end of the game, when they're trying to find last-ditch efforts to try and solve their problem, who are the two they turn to? They say, we could either try and find the truth of Uta's heartscape, or we can make a heartscape for Owl. Literally, these two become the last keys to try and find a way forward in, like, Chapter 10. It's as though I'm not myself, like I'm living someone else's life. I don't know how else to describe it. Uta. And that's why I... And I was like, oh, right, now we're doing this. Look how slowly Owl pulled out her phone. She's like, she'd like to slowly check the confirm. Yep, Komagawa's heartscape's now connected. No way, what could have triggered it? It was her feeling her sense of self. Do you mind if I talk to the others about this? Alright. Right, let me fucking check. What up? Hey, Owl! What do you do when you feel unsatisfied? What, I go hang out with Uta? Maybe I should have worded that differently. What's the matter? Well, we've already built so much for our school makeover, you know? While we're at it, I thought we should transform the whole school, you know? But we've hit a wall, and a big one at that. We've got to fix that spot near the school gates. Oh, thank God we're doing it now. Oh, there? This might be kind of tough since it's made out of stone. Exactly why we got to get started. Can you get us the materials we need? Alright, let's fucking do this. So I can put the bonfire back there. Where is... Oh, they're all going to be in the classroom, aren't they? Oh, no, Yuki's upstairs. Oi. You little coffee addict, come here. Wait, she's like... I saw that. You're like, hey, she's like, Uta's super nice. So that's Uta Komagawa. She's actually super nice. See, Yuki's on Team Uta. She understands. Yeah, have the 3 reinforced stone. I need to make more. I brought a bunch of stuff that seemed good. Think you can work with this? Yeah, that should be perfect. Let's go get everyone together and get to work. Yeah, it's like we made it work. You'd never even think an amateur did this. Though I was thinking it might be fun if we made a cool design on the ground or something. It just hit Yuki in the face, so she just went, oh fuck, we could have. I didn't even think of that. You should have said something earlier. My bad. Well, at least now we can do whatever we want with this space. Thanks, Al. See, I know I say this all the time, but I love the expressions. What Gust's engine and how they use them for the character models, the movements, and the facial expressions is like amazing. They have like honed their craft a bit, like so much. I think the game could have done a month time skip here before the Heartscape appeared, and so everyone let their guard down at Uta and triggered a Heartscape that way. I kind of like that it's so sudden, that they're still trying to figure out where they stand with Uta, still trying to figure out, and suddenly something else is there standing on top of them, you know? Suddenly there's something else to worry about. Right, let's... Bonfire. I'm putting you over the bed. So I'm moving the bed to the back anyway. I'm gonna put you here. Not bad at all. And I'm going to move the other bed. To just opposite it. So then they're kind of sort of together. Try and make a bit more uniformity. That's a big spot, so I'm going to put anything there. So I can put these animal rides here. So do we have another... We do have more... Yeah, we do have 2 more small spaces. Okay, I can put the garden here. The training dummy we don't really need, but for now I guess I'll put it somewhere. But then saying that about the time skips, I think it would have been cool to just have a time skip full fucking stop in this game, just to see like how they could have handled things slightly differently and how certain events could have changed. You know? I'll keep the vending machines in the cool, so I'll put it here. I'll put it here. So the first studios are big, so it has to go here. Nighttime pool we'll worry about later. How much room do I have? I have 2 spots left. Okay, okay. Let's not put them down just yet. One defense. Imagine if the season changed every 3 chapters and they had to deal with it accordingly. Although that would ruin the endless summer thing. Yeah, I think like for this game, the summer vibe that they're going for works. I just hope in the next game they do different things, you know? Because like the first game was also based during the summer term. This game's also based during the summer term. Like have one where they have to deal with the snow, you know? Where there's other things to worry about as they go through. I think that would just be a nice like mix up of the formula. Oh god, we're super low on everything. Let's put this in the shade, Reina, for your sake. So this is what you went with. I see. I wanted to help you achieve your dreams, Reina. This way, people can check out your art anytime. Yeah, this is pretty good. To be honest, I was worried about asking you. Ouch! This really gets me excited. I'm going to start working on another picture. Looks like Reina is happy with it. Since we're here, why don't you try standing on the artist side of the booth? Why would I? Excuse me, I'd like a copy of your latest volume. And could I have an art book too? Cut that out. And there's still some quests to do. You got that. Uta has 2 quests. Uta, is there anything you're having trouble with? Actually, there is something I'd like to talk about. Can we meet? Sure, I'll come right now. Ow, there's something I'd like to talk with you about. You see, I want to be of use to everyone here. But I don't know what it is that I can do. Uta, she's probably looking for her own way to get along with everyone. Let's see. I think they'll be happy with whatever you decide, but... Oh, I know! How about some cooking? The best way to a person's heart is their stomach. Cooking? But I don't know if I have the required skills. Oh, right, you don't have your memories, huh? Oh, actually, that might work out better. You don't have to have Hiyori or Mi... Why don't you have Hiyori and Mio teach you while you help them out? I'd love to have them teach me, but wouldn't that just get in the way? I think they'd enjoy it, actually. Think about it. That way, they get to see you grow. I wonder if that sounded a little forced. I suppose so. If it's not too much trouble, that would be wonderful. Let's all do it together then. I want to learn too. Oh, I should invite Shio as well. Tiered lunch. Jesus, XL, regen and healing boost. It's a shame it's only for one person. Is this okay? Yeah, just like that. You're doing great! Ah, this is so weird. I never imagined I'd cook with Uta like this. You're very good with your hands, Uta. You'll become a great cook one of these days. Really? Thank you. Yeah, you see, even Uta can get shy though. She might not understand her emotions and feelings, but she can still have them every now and then. She's so nice. She really is a completely different person. It's a shame we're about to say this and then go straight to the cutscene where they're doubting her still. Like, I feel like you shouldn't have been able to do this side quest until after the next scene, but whatever. Yeah, she doesn't seem very dangerous to me. She even offered to help with the chores since she'll be staying with us. It didn't seem like a trick, but can we trust her? Oh, there's still some doubts, never mind. What was the other quest, Uta? I have a favour, do you have a moment? Sure, what's up? I have been watering the garden, and I've noticed that a large amount of plants have begun to grow. But you see, I don't know much about plants, and I'm not sure which are weeds. If it were me, I'd probably just start pulling that stuff randomly. You sure are diligent about this kind of stuff. No, I just feel terrible if I took something out that wasn't a weed. Oh, so you were being considerate. I'm not sure that's quite it either, but how do you suppose I can tell the plants apart? I'm no botanist either. Give me a while to think about it. So about the identifying those plants. Oh, did you find anything? It might be a little over my head, so I'll try asking the others. I apologise for the trouble. And that's why I need your help, Reina. What's all this all of a sudden? Can you start from the beginning? So Uta is taking care of a flower bed, and she's having trouble telling the flowers and weeds apart. And I seem to remember you being pretty knowledgeable about those kinds of things, Reina. Not particularly knowledgeable about plants. You'd be better off looking at some kind of botanical guide than asking me. That's it, why didn't I think of that? I think most people would know to look something up they don't know. Why don't you go take Komagawa to the library? And then I can just invite on a date. I'd like to think, I know it's supposed to be that a new Owl kind of shorthanded it, but I'd like to think that Owl literally just messaged Reina, and that's about it, and Reina was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Uta's already heading towards the library, so she knows. Here it is, a botanical guide. I knew I'd seen it before. This should be very useful in learning about what is growing in the garden. Right? Thank you very much. By the way, am I allowed to take this with me? Well, since we don't have any librarians here, I'm sure it's fine. Understood. I'll make sure to return it when I'm done with it. So you're taking it with you? Does that mean? I'm going to compare the information in the book with what is growing in the garden. You've been a great help, Al. Oh, please, don't sweat it. She's taking the book with her so she doesn't have to pluck any of the plants. She is so conscientious. Reinforced fibre. Damn, that was a very good quest to do then. I didn't realise that's how you got the fibre. I thought you just found it in Uta's dungeon. In Uta's heartscape. If we're almost, we're most of the way through our second playthrough, and I still keep on calling the Heartscapes dungeons. But I do want to... Oh, we need some gold silk. Okay, that's in Uta's. That's what I'm thinking of. I do want to stack up on a lot of these, like, miscellaneous crafting stuff, because we're so low on a lot of them. Damn, mystery juice is really good. Let me just make a couple of these. Okay, I don't need that many. I'm trying to alternate the characters I use in each one to try and get as many different collections of bonuses as possible. Last resort? Oh, that sounds dangerous. So then later on, we can just kind of scroll through the big list and figure it out from there. Right, I got some wooden planks, got that. I could do some... Okay, we don't need that many. Jesus. Do some more stone blocks. Building connections. Do some more of this. Make about 8. Pro level, okay. I like the names for a lot of them. Joined by fate, because they all come from the anime. Got it. That's a connection that makes sense. And reinforced stones. We need gold silk for that. Oh dear. What are we lacking? Hang on. Crystals. Anything else? Yeah, let's try and make some more crystals quick. Crystals. Rich green, milk flower, red grass, plank, rock, rags, water, grass, parts, branch, rock, coal, ore, sign, bowl, shard, bottle, chalk, powder, shell, parasol, washcloth, cloth, kimono, candle, gas tank, nail, water, lumber, the fucking broken pocket watch. I'll quickly make one more of them just so we've actually, you know, we're on the board with that. Pretty complicated game. No, it can be. It's just me keeping on top of crafting, making sure you have all the resources you need. There's crystal. It's right at the bottom. I don't need 99 of them. It's already going to cost a hell of a lot of resources. Let's do that. There we go. And then from there, we can yank it over to make some more stone. Nice. Fickle Saboteur. Ooh, I like that name. For a class. There we go. Right. And so now it's just when we get some gold silk we can make some fibre, which is in Uta's Heartscape anyway. Yeah, we don't have any of these anyway, that's for later on. Righty tidy, how are we looking? Okay, it's just those quests that are left, so let's... Oh my god, there's more dates to do. Oh right, I forgot this is the date apocalypse. We only got about halfway through it last time. Hey, Reina. Where are... There you are, in the corner. I know we're maxed out, but there's more points to be earned, so let's go. You want to go to your comic booth? By the way, the new volume is finished. Oh, finally! Let's put it in the booth right away. Okay. Oh, there's more dialogue, generic dialogue. Let's go find that then. It's okay, Reina. We're going to get to the second half of your story arc with Yuki very soon. We've just got to do the Best Girls chapter first. Oh wait, this is from the Lighthouse Girls project. What's that? They tried to make the lighthouse in my hometown a tourist attraction. I was part of the project. Huh, I didn't know you were interested in lighthouses. I wouldn't use the word interested. The only reason I joined was because of my father's job. He took me there all the time, ever since I was a child. That makes sense. That's why there was a lighthouse in your heartscape. Game's beautiful, that's for sure. Oh, I absolutely love this game's art style. Gust's engine that they use for this in the Atelier games is top notch. It'll be the same when I go through Atelier Ryza. Like, even though Ryza 1 came out like several years ago now, like came out way before this, Ryza 1 looks beautiful still. I mean, heck, the first Blue Reflection looked beautiful, and that was 2017. They just really cleaned it up for this one. The books look so difficult. Do you read these, Reina? Only the ones I can understand. I haven't attempted the ones that seem too technical, though. Whoa! You're well on your way to becoming a doctor. I don't even have the basic knowledge for that. I need to focus on my studies first. So sensible. You're exactly the kind of doctor I'd want to see. You know, every now and then I used to go to school doctor for career advice. We were rather close in age, so I thought their advice might be useful. Not a bad place to start if you want to be a doctor. Any other random dialogue scenes, Reina, before we drag you to your indie panel? No, doesn't look like it. Alright, Reina. Excuse me, could I get a copy of the latest volume? Oh, and I'd like to commission a piece as well. Commission? I can come back if you're busy. No, it's just... The girls you draw are just so cute. I'd love to have an original someday. You think they're cute? It's like, yes, Reina, you're a really talented artist. I mean, look at the books in front of you. You drew them. You drew the Prism books. Don't be so tense, Reina. I don't think you'd go through all the trouble to come and buy my book. You've sold stuff online, haven't you? Yes, but you don't have to talk to customers face to face online. Oh, what should I do? If I can't handle this, how could I handle a real interaction? But just think of them as friends, not customers. As friends. People buy your books because they share your tastes, don't they? So thinking of them as friends will help you relax, and you'll feel happy they came to see you. Yeah, that's how indie comics should be. But I was always so hung up about on my fear of giving them a bad product for their hard-earned money. The mark of a true professional. She's quite serious about her comics. So this is your original comic. Mind if I read it? It's embarrassing, but we've come this far, so I guess I have no choice. I'm excited. I wonder what it's about. Seriously? It took the entire first volume just for the main characters to leave their hometown? How many volumes do you plan on writing for this series? Yeah, Reina's a future in online commissions. Yeah, she's gonna be a Twitter artist who has a bunch of commissions set up and everything that and has her charges and fees and whatnot. And then she's gonna get, you know, the usual Twitter problems of people harassing her just because, you know, she dares to charge what she deserves. But that is a genuine thing with Twitter and Twitter artists. Like, you know, this helps them pay their fucking rent and help pay for their supplies in the end of the day. Of course their commission fees are going to be somewhat high. You know, they're never going to be like, hey, I'll do it for $5, and they're sure as shit never going to do it for exposure. because it's literally like suicide in terms of the industry. Once you do it once, you'll be expected to do it again. And so of course they're going to have vaguely high charges. It's like when I see someone, it's like, oh, we got a commission fee, and it's like $200 and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Because you need to pay rent and live somehow, especially if it's your job to do these online commissions. Like, they don't come cheap for a reason. It's not just, you know, for their rent. It's, you know, it's buying all the supplies they need. It's buying the art book. It's buying for the time of day. It's making sure that they can get food on their table whilst they're working on it. And yet there's still so many people that see it above like $10 and immediately just go, "Rah, rah, 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 rah." And I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. You clearly don't understand why they charge so much. There's a very good reason for it. If anything, they should be charging more, you know? How many volumes do you plan on writing for this series? Well, I want to write at least 2 more before the hero sets out on their adventure. And they make some important connections in the first town, so that'll be another 5 volumes. She's writing a freaking epic. What Reina has here is the same problem I have with my writing. I don't mean to, but sometimes like, I'll enter a new town like in my book, and because there's so many little things I want to show to like give the town more life and whatnot, I end up spending probably longer than I have any real need to there. You know, like, I end up spending more time. Like the opening town of Demon of Zen, like once Azel, the main character, has her prison break at the end of chapter 2, chapter 3, 4, 5, and 6 all take place in the same town. It's just what goes on in that town and the faces she meets and whatnot before they then proper set out on their journey. So I completely get where Reina's coming from, of just kind of settling in a place sometimes. She's running a freaking epic. But I guess each volume is pretty thin, and besides, it's good that she has that creative drive. By the way, Reina, have you ever been to a comic convention? No, not yet. Want to try going to one as an attendee? I don't think I'd have the guts to do that, yet I keep saying I want to sell my work at one someday. Oh, why don't you go in cosplay? Are you kidding? I'd be even more nervous. If you're wearing so much makeup that no one would recognize you, you wouldn't have to worry about running into someone you know. Besides, you might feel less nervous if you pretended you were someone else. You might be right. I'll help you choose a costume, okay? You're just using me to play dress up, aren't you? Of course not. I just want to help explore new possibilities, Reina. Really? Well, there's no harm in thinking about it, I guess. Yeah, thanks for the extra points, Reina, that you really don't need. Alright, Kirara, Hiyori, and Best Girl have dates as well. I never thought I'd see an indie comic market in this world. It's like, hey, I want to see this too. Well, check it out. There's only one booth, though. Yeah, I would like to take a look. I never get tired of looking at this stuff. Agreed. It gets your heart racing, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Rain is looking out the window like, why are they fucking staring at my books? Al sounding like a girl who wanted to dress up Hina. Yeah. Yeah, as long as she doesn't do what that, oh, what was her name? Hang on, I can find out. Let me check the trophy list. What was her name? Shiori. It's just like Shiori, where like as long as Ao doesn't go down the Shiori route of, you know, stealing underwear, then we'll be fine. Because that was still such a strange thing. Yeah. Agreed. It gets your heart racing, doesn't it? What kind of comics do you like, Ao? I have no idea what I said last time, so I'll say fanfic. Probably manga or anime ones. I mean, who doesn't want more stories of their favourite characters? It's worth the cost to see your ship interact. Kirara knows what's up. Exactly. So what kind of genres do you like, Kirara? All genres and all mediums. I'm interested in anything creative. So you'll read anything as long as it's fiction? Quite right. Any product of human creativity and hard work is worth calling art. Sorry, I've got an annoying itch on my arm I'm trying to get rid of. because it's very hot in the UK, and it's going to get hotter and hotter. We're literally sitting on well, it's about midday. It's supposed to be like 25 or 26 Celsius today, which might not sound too bad in other areas, but for us, where all our houses are built to only keep heat in and nothing else, that will feel like 32 or something inside. It will genuinely be cooler to be outside standing in the shade than it will be indoors after a while, even with windows and fans on. It's why you might be able to hear like a slight buzz or rattle in the background. That's my fan, just to try and give me some kind of safety. But yeah, it's supposed to get brutally hot. I don't know when it peaks, but it's supposed to be going on for a while. The only like real like saving grace is that on Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe, there's supposed to be like some clouds in the sky, but like that's it. The rest of it's like nothing but burning sun. Like no rain, just some clouds here and there. Any product of human creativity and hard work is worth calling art. And damn right, Kirara. Wow, that's pretty open-minded. So what you're saying is you must be a fan of a lot of stuff then. Not exactly. Not exactly? Not all works contain an inherent romantic or altruistic element. For me, art is inextricably linked to these two things. Being able to enjoy it in bed before sleeping is important as well. What about you, Kirara? Do you write or draw anything yourself? Huh? Whoa, what's with that reaction? You totally do, don't you? Is there a hole in the ground I can bury myself in? No, don't do that. Tell me, wait, do you draw original stuff? Yeah, it's like we know she did fanfiction. I called her out on it last time. What do you mean, Phew? Nothing in particular. You mean you make stuff even cooler than that? Kirara's like, I'm not going to show my face. You might realise I'm lying. Come on, tell me. I think someone's calling for me. Kirara! The fancy of creation. Check the talents once we've gone through the dates. Do you want to go to the same stand? Is that the general gist, that we want to go to the stand? I tried talking to Uta. She seems like a totally different person. It's because she is. Oh, you want to go to the vending machines? Oh, I guess I got rid of the vending machines before you joined, didn't I? Because we ran out of room. So it makes sense that you'd want to go there as well. Let's go get something from the vending machine. Good idea. I still stand by it. If they make a third game, and they do the same kind of formula of, like, you know, building things, constructing it, don't know how they'll fit it into the plot again without it sounding too repetitive, but if they decide to do it again, make it expand in different ways. Don't just have just one item by the pool, just one item, not by the pool, by the pier, one item by, you know, the swimming pool, and that's it. Have, like, something that you can put in a gymnasium, or, like, some items you can put in the gymnasium. Have something you can put on the roof. Like, I get why they don't let you put anything on the roof in this game. It's because bosses take place on the roof, so it'd get in the way. But it's, you know, like, let it say, like, let's make it so we can customize places inside the school. Like, really, like, they've opened the door here, so take the stride through it. They've opened the door to a lot of possibilities, so just commit. Hey Hiyori, I'm starving. Want something to eat? Sure, how about some burgers? Heck yeah! Now what to get? So many choices. What kind of hamburgers do you like? I answered honestly last time, so I'll answer dishonestly this time. As much veggies as possible. I mean, like some crisp on your burger. Like, so I've said it before, but my ideal burger is generally like the purest fucking form of a burger. It's literally just the bun, the burger, maybe some ketchup, gimme. You know? I'm genuinely, that's enough for me. That is more than enough for me. Maybe maybe at most, like a couple of slices of tomato to mix it up, and like, that's it. Anyway. Nothing will come nothing like some crisp on your burger. Huh? That's a little surprising. It is? I pictured you as more as a meat on more meat kind of person. Do I really come off like that? Yep. Her smile doesn't match her words. Do you eat a lot of fast food, Hiyori? I wouldn't say I eat too much. There aren't many restaurants near the dorms I live in, so I haven't had much of a chance to. Oh, huh. But since I don't eat much, I get crazy cravings for it sometimes. That's the dangerous trap of junk food. So this was a trap, huh? I gotta be careful not to gain too much weight here. Ever since I came to Oasis, I eat whatever I want. You'd still be cute, little chubby. No, I think I probably said that last time. As long as you have enough to burn off the calories, you're fine. Hey, you're right, but I'll need plenty of energy if I'm going to be moving around. Exactly. We fight so we can eat, and we eat so we can fight. Right, let's forget our worries and chow down. Actually, is something still bugging you? I don't know if I should get a cheeseburger or teriyaki burger. It is a tough one. I don't think I've had to make such a tough choice before. I get the teriyaki. Get the teriyaki burger, so you order the cheese. If we split them and share, doesn't it solve the problem? Huh? But then you don't get to order the burger you want, Al. I'm fine. I'm good with anything as long as it's tasty. Plus, sharing with a friend makes it better. A friend! That sounds great. Let's do it. Sweet, let's order. Oh, she's close to 10. She's gonna hit 10. There's no way she's not gonna hit 10 if she's got even more. Where are you, Hiyori? Oh, Hiyori. That's Mio. Oh, I see you. I think that's you. You blend into this so much way over here. Oh, you want to go to the sunflower bed? Oh, Jesus. I mean, I was expecting it to be the indie thing. Sounds fun. Like the sunflowers, we lots of fun. Alright, let's go together. I mean, it makes sense too, because this is also something you wanted built. Sunflowers always make me think of summer. I know what you mean. Just looking at them cheers me up. The flowers themselves look like the sun. Yeah, just like you, Hiyori. Me? You're always bursting with energy. Love me not seen inbound. Oh, right, yeah, that is this one, isn't it? But so are you, Al. You always cheer me up. Well, that's just because all the positive energy I get from you. Wait, then who's cheering up whom exactly? Oops, guess I confused her. But I'm happy to hear you say that. Thanks, Al. Don't mention it. By the way, have you ever tried that she loves me not game? I don't think so. We should do it then. Oh, but I feel bad for tearing a flower apart. Why don't we just count the petals instead? Good idea. Okay. I'm surprised you remember that, because I forgot that this was this scene. She loves me not. She loves me not. She loves me. Really counting them one by one. How many petals does the sunflower have? She loves me not. She loves me not. She loves... Wait, how far am I? You're halfway there. Okay, gotta stay focused. She loves me not. She loves me not. She loves me. You skip one. No, really? Let's see. She starts from she loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. Oh, after all that, I still don't know. Sunflowers have a lot of petals. I wonder who she was thinking about. I got who. Who are you thinking about just now? I know you've got to do different. You're trying different dialogue, but you got to. You, Al? Wait, me? Yeah, I wanted to know if you loved me or loved me not. But I couldn't get an answer. What a shame. That's not true. You know the answer. I do? The person you're thinking of is right in front of you. Why not just ask them? Oh, good point. Al, do you love me or do you love me not? Of course I love you. Really? Yay! I love you too, Al. Thanks. What is this? I'm happy, but also so embarrassed at the same time. Hey, unwavering light. So that's rank 10 we've just hit then. Yep. Alright. How is everyone's talent level now, by the way? Yuki's at 9, you're maxed out. Hina's at 9, Kurara's at 9, you're maxed, 9-7. Okay, so Yuki, Hina, Kurara, Mio, and Uta. Okay. We've got a lot more rank 10 than I realised, if I'm honest. I thought we still had a few more than this. I didn't realise we was already like halfway. Also, Kurara has a few points spare to get some knockdown resistance. I'll put it on Reina just in case we swap her in. Where are you? Is that you way over there? I think so. What are you staring off at? Hello, Al. Can I have a moment of your time? You can have more than a moment, my friend. I've been going to the library recently, but there are so many books I don't know where to start. You think you can help me choose? No problem. Let's go. What the fuck? Hang on. Is my controller starting to drift? Hang on. Was... I don't think so. I think maybe it's just having a weird blip. Hang on, I can, if I mute my mic, I can turn off my controller and turn it back on again, but it seems to be acting weird. One sec. Right. Okay, now it's better. I wonder what the fuck that was about. It was behaving very weird, my controller. It seemed to be fucking PS5 controller. Paid, you know, 50 fucking pounds for this. Least it could do his work. Oh, whoops. That was me trying to wipe my controller. Maybe I should see how much I weigh. I ate too much yesterday. What about you, Uta? Confident enough to get on a scale right now? Not a problem. No, it's okay. You don't have to, really. I don't understand. Why did you want to stop me? I mean, isn't your weight something you'd rather keep to yourself? Should it be? Well, no, not if you don't mind. I wish I had your confidence. This feels different than everywhere else. Perhaps it's the smell. This is a pretty unique smell, like the hospital. It makes me feel a little uneasy. I feel strangely calm. Moment, Al. Oh, can I have a moment, Al? Yeah, for you to I'll give you 20. No, 20 moments even. 10, 20. I know what I meant. Where's she waddled off to? Oh, she just disappeared from my side. I was like, where's Uta going? You find something you want to read, Uta? There's so many I'm curious about. I just can't decide. See, in that case, I'll give you one of my favorite books. Ta-da! An encyclopedia. I see. It certainly looks like it could be useful at some point. You never let an opportunity to work hard go to waste, do you, Al? Sorry, it was a bad joke. A bad joke? You mean to say this isn't one of your favorite books? Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really a fan. You do strange things sometimes, Al. What is it you were looking for in the first place, Al? Me? I can't remember what I said last time. I was looking to see if they had any young adult novels. Young adult novels? Yeah, like fantasy stories about swords and magic, or stories about the school lives of cute girls. You have such a powerful imagination, Al. What? That might be the first time anyone's ever said that about me. I've never been able to properly enjoy novels, so I'm a little jealous. Then let's start a book club. Reading something together might change the way you read. You would read a book with me? Of course. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it. Sure, okay, now that that's decided. I am going to read a mountain of books today. Would you mind if I joined you? Of course not. Let's read at the desk over by the window. Ah, that was a good one. Oh, you know what this is actually putting me in the mood for? Them talking about reading so much. with how hot the weather is, I think after I finish this live stream, I am gonna go like go outside, like my back door, and like just find a spot in the shade and read a book or something. I'm in the mood. I've got a manga. So I've got God, I Want Is So Handsome. I need to finish. I haven't read that much of it since the lot, like not over the course of a couple of days because I've just been busy with other stuff. But this is a very, very hot Sunday, so I think I might just chill. Uta? She's sleeping. I suppose it is nice and quiet here. You know, for someone who is saying isn't the whole point of libraries to read, Uta, you've been caught, now you're napping. She looks cute when she's asleep. Oh, it's already starting for Al. It's already starting. Oh, I don't want to wake her. Maybe I'll just stare at her a little longer. Ow! Ow! You little menace. Just in love. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Is that it for the dates? Yes. Can we get the night pool scene now? I just want to quickly check. Well, no, if I put the night pool in and suddenly there's a new date with Uta. It might be after the memory, though, because, you know, of the whole, oh, is it her side coming out sort of thing? Let me place it down and see if we get it. If not, we'll change back because there's a set bonus. No, but we can do Mio's. So we'll do Mio's quick. And then I'll change it back. And then after this dungeon, we'll have to swap it around again to see if we can do Uta's. Al had a dreamy stare with her hands on her face there. Yeah, right? Like she had the proper, like the puppy love look on her. A night pool. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? It feels totally different from swimming in the daytime. Yes, I think I may even prefer it at night. It's quieter and more romantic. Talking while the starlight reflects off the water. What a great way to spend time, don't you think? I thought you'd say something like that. I know it's supposed to be nighttime now, but I think because they're waiting on the should we go to the Heartscape scene to play, it's interrupting it, so it won't go to nighttime. But pretend it's nighttime. I thought you'd say something like that. There may be some things you can only experience at night. Though at the same time, the night can hide things as well. Be sure to watch your step in the dark, Al. Also, it seems the temperature's dropped since daytime, so... Mio, no worrying aloud. No worrying? Yes, you're always looking out for one of us in one way or another. But sometimes it's important to forget all about that stuff and just enjoy yourself. So there will be none of that tonight. You don't need to say that. I'm not always that on edge. Oh yeah? Alright then. I have a question for you. What would you do if you saw me walking in the hallway? I'd say hello. I'd see if you were feeling okay based on the tone of your voice and make sure you looked okay. After that, I'd make sure your knees and shoulders. Then I think I'd make sure your... Guides? Hang on to Google. I'm too much of an idiot to know what that word is. What is a... Oh, it's how you walk. Guides a person's pattern of walking. Walking involves balance and coordination of muscles so that the body is propelled forward in a rhythm, called the stride. There are numerous possibilities that may cause an abnormal gait. Some commons are degenerative disease, such as arthritis. So it's the same that I'd make sure that you're walking fine. Got it. Yeah, it is funny that it's during the day that this scene is happening. And so I can only imagine it's because of the plot stuff is overlapping and it won't allow it to be nighttime yet. Look at your knees and shoulders, then I'd make sure your gait was okay as well. See, you worry way too much. If anything, you're too thoughtful. I see. I had no idea. Yeah, though I'm glad it seems like you've recognized it now. Now you've got to try and resist. You should talk like a valley girl to make it seem like you really don't care.
そうだ
Say stuff like totally or whatever. Wait, ow, I don't know about do it. Peer pressure, whatever. Perfect. Now, you should change how you refer to yourself. What? I don't know if there's such a good... Don't worry too much. From now on, we will call yourself Mio Mio. Mio Mio? Yeah, that's much better. Are you just messing with... I am not done yet. We can make you even more chill. I don't have a good feeling about this. To that face! The sister power suppression.
誘ってちょうだいね
Damn, 12 points. Alright, let's go back to the bath so we get the set bonus, and then do the plot. And we're approaching rapidly the unique scene if you have all these DLC locations built. You don't have to have them put down, but if you have the night pool fireworks, the hot air balloon, the extreme rides, and the beach chair all set up, we are approaching the point where you'll get the unique little scene for it. I don't know if it's now or if it's later on. If it's like before or after Uta's dungeon is what I'm getting at.
おそらくだけど
It's likely that an incident in Uta's past affected her personality greatly.
歌は
Forgetting that incident must have reverted her personality back to how she was before it altered her.
駒川さん
Uta's thought process was dangerous.
痛みを
Whatever happened twisted her into someone who loved to be inflicted with pain. If she remembers, it's likely that she'll return to that. No, she won't. Are you sure that's a good idea?
元に戻
Wouldn't it be much safer to have Komagawa remain as she is now? This is what I mean, like, you don't get to do that. You don't get to make that choice, Reina. It's not your word to say that, I feel.
それが一番
That would be the safest option.
でも
But there is a chance Uta knows something really important. Finding the person is nothing when you have the power of a god. I wonder what she meant by that. But this is Uta we're talking about. She might hurt everyone here. If something happens in this world, there is no escape. If Uta turns violent, we'd have no choice but to stop her by force. I think we should avoid that situation if possible. Agreed. If there is no chance of escape, I think it's best we let sleeping dogs lie. Are you suggesting we give up trying to save Lime and live in this world forever? Of course not. Meanwhile, poor Uta just in the corner. They know that she knows they're talking about her.
リーダー
Al, what do you think? I am.
歌さん
Everyone who knew Uta is scared of her going back to what she was.
確かに
But it's true that the girl we heard about and saw in the Heartscape was extremely dangerous. But still. I'm sorry. I think we should help her regain her memories. And I love the fact that when she says this, you can see in the background Uta lifts her head. She was like, she had already accepted that no one was going to let her get her memories back. Because even at this point, Uta's cottoned on that she knows her past self was dangerous. So to see Al so willingly defend her, she lifts her head because she's not expecting it. She doesn't understand, considering like Uta being so logical. She's like, okay, the logical choice probably would be to stop me getting my memories back if I was that dangerous. So to see Al suddenly put logic to one side and do what her heart says, it does catch her by surprise because she can't understand it yet. I think we should help her regain her memories.
ライムさん
I can't let Line continue to sacrifice herself like this. We have to help Uta so that we can keep moving forward. And besides, I think memories are very important.
みんなの
All of our memories in our Heartscapes meant so much to the people who owned them.
たくさんの思いどれも
Each one is important. They couldn't go on being forgotten. I mean, yeah, literally, Kokoro is the only reason we got Shio. Shio is the only reason we got Hina. And like Reina, it's literally, you know, her love and her motivation and her willpower to even do what she does. Kurara was accepting her family. Like Hiyori and Mio are the only reason Uta's here to complete the circuit. I know I skipped on Hina, but like Hina, it's so that she can find the confidence to find her way forward. It's just that she wasn't tied to a character, so I had to keep my trainer for. Yuki's is making that love be like being able to reciprocate that love and accept like the life that she had and find this new one. Like, each one is so important. You can't just take them away. Like, if I was out in this sport, I'd literally be naming them off. Be like, Reina, if we didn't go to yours, you'd hate that. Because, you know, we discovered in there that you were in love with someone. That would suck to have that stripped from you. I'm sure that Uta is just like everyone else. She's hurting without her memories. I can't just tell her that she doesn't have the right to get her memories back. Yeah, literally what I've been saying. Like, Owl's got them. How am I supposed to argue with that? Especially when I know how cruel it is. Yeah, as she says, looking at Yuki. Oh, I can't wait for Chapter 8. I wonder if we'll make it this stream. Yeah, you're right. No memory or emotion is too small to be forgotten. Right, Mio. You're right. I was made the same mistake once again. There is a chance that her memories will cause her to turn against us. Regardless, it is the Uta with all her memories that we must confront. I agree. The Uta here didn't do anything wrong. It's true. Honestly, I'm still a little scared, but we're going to help Uta regain her memories. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah! No complaints here. Are you with us, Reina? Fine. Standing around talking like this won't get us anywhere. Thanks. We should at least discuss what to do in case she does become violent. So it's settled then. Right. Now let's go get Uta's memory back. It's okay. No need to be nervous. Okay, it is later on that we get that ridiculous, crazy scene. Oh, there's some people scenes to do though before we go. Whose talents have we unlocked? Whatever. Oh, and what the other ones? Oh, the finishers. Okay, the finishers don't matter too much. That's Hina. Oh, that's healing boost. Hang on. And Hiyori. Not everyone gets the speed boost. Or at least maybe not yet. Oh, there's Owl's speed boost. Why is it down here? What the fuck? Why is it there? Oh, whoops. Increase when you're being healed, which would be really helpful. I say that we can probably buy everything considering how many points we've got. So I'll do that. Nice. Okay, and oh, we'll put these new fragments as well while we're at it. Speed of ordering increases support skill chance when activating. Oh, that's super strong. No wonder it's a free. Ordering boost and chance of activation. Defense. That's it. Okay. Right, where are these interaction scenes? And right, who am I prioritizing? Who's the lowest? Well, Uta obviously, but 9. Kurara, Mio, or Uta? I'm probably gonna, obviously, other than the obvious reasons, I'm gonna lean on Uta because after this chapter is the bit where you know, the Owl doubts herself, and it makes you pick one person to hang out with. Uta isn't available to be picked there, and whoever you pick gets a shit ton of talent points. I ended up scrolling through everyone on the last playthrough. I won't do it this time because we did it before. Like, as in, I saved before the scene, picked someone, saw their scene, loaded the save, did it again, yada yada. But I picked Mio in the end last time, so I'll pick someone else that time, which is why I'm more prepared to lean on Uta, since Uta just isn't a choice. I want it to be on sale soon. I hope they have a Gus sale soon. Yeah, so I got BR1 because it was on sale. Because I had it on my wish list on PS5 for ages. I'm not a part of the cooking team. Also, not a choice here. Okay. We were told that you had too much free time on your hands. What? No, there's no such thing as too much free time. And I don't know anything about cooking. Don't worry, you don't need to know anything. Huh? Then what are you doing now? Cleaning. Kirara! Kirara, go get her. I don't like doing chores either, but sometimes we have to do things we don't like. Oh. Alright, let us split up the tasks. The stovetop, the sink, and the exhaust fan will probably take the longest to clean. And I'll take care of the exhaust fan. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. It's the hardest to clean after all. Don't worry, I've got a secret technique. Is that so? I suppose I'll clean around the stovetops. And then, so I'm on sink duty then. So if you could help one of us section, that'd be great. I'll do the stovetop since I said Kirara will hang out with in the end bit. I'll help with the stove. No, don't worry about me, I'll be fine alone. I'm sure the others could use some help. Hey, come on, this isn't easy, right? Grease is hard to get off with this stuff. I'm gonna give you a hand. I've already made up my mind. For someone who seems so lazy, you're surprisingly forward. You say something? No, it's nothing. Thank you so much for your help. It's practically shining now. So, could I maybe, like, have a snack as a reward for my hard work, possibly? I'll have to refuse. But I might be able to arrange making your favourites for dinner tonight. Yay! Looks like we can count on her help next time as well. Yes, a perfect sacrifice. Oh, there's another one here. Oh shit. Oh, hello. Uta, Kirara, Shio. Okay, this one's an easy pick. Shio, I finished washing the vegetables. Thank you, Uta. You've been a huge help. Still not used to it, huh? Indeed. I never would have imagined cooking with Uta like this. But her evil aura seems to not be present, so I think she can be trusted. Breaking the ice like this might be the best way, even if we used to be enemies. There's a lot of Gust games on PS Plus service like Knights of Azure, which I've still got to try. I need to try that as well. The only like Gust games I've really played are the Atelier games and this. I need to do like a proper Gust binge at some point. The next Gust game I'll probably play through will be Riser. Not straight away. I want to do other stuff and not worry about RPGs before Soul Hackers. Which, speaking of, you know, like I said, a new Genshin update is every 6 weeks to the day. So on Tuesday, that'll be 2.8, and in exactly 6 weeks' time from next Tuesday, it'll be 3.0. You know, the big update I'm really looking forward to. I didn't realise until I checked my calendar, it's the same fucking week Soul Hackers 2 comes out. I was like, oh, it's the same week. I was like, oh, I want to spend like 5 streams on 3.0. Because of how much time I intend to spend exploring and doing the stuff and like finding new things and like enjoying the whole new element getting added to the game, the 7th element, the Dendro, and all that stuff. And I was like, man, it's literally, it comes out. I got Tuesday to stream it, Wednesday to stream it, Thursday is Soul Hackers 2. And I was like, oh, I was like, that's so cruel. So I'll have to figure that out when we get to that. But we might, until we're done with like Genshin, have to juggle the two and then eventually go back to go into Soul Hackers proper. But we'll figure that out. Anyway, cutting ingredients is my favourite part of cooking. Why is that? Cutting things is fun, of course, but there's something exhilarating about just looking at a blade. I wonder why that is. I love that sound effect. It's like it's like when you're watching an anime and it's like the character does something slightly suspicious and you see her head shuffle, like immediately twitch round to glare at them. What's wrong? I know she's not the same person she used to be, but I've used knives countless times while cooking, but I still think they're scary. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm on the same train with Shio. Anytime I do anything that involves using a knife, I am extremely cautious with how I use it. Because I know I'm a clumsy motherfucker, and I know if I even hesitate for even a second, I'll hurt myself. The Dragon Ball alert sound vibes? Yeah, exactly. I wonder how many of the Gust titles are on the premium or the deluxe version, deluxe sale. Because I know you said the Knights of Azure one is, but I'm curious just how many are there. Because like if there's a shit ton, like I don't own Riser 2. I could get Riser 2 with it, you know, and then just have to worry about spending money for the DLC because I think that has a season pass of DLC as well. Which I don't mind doing because it's more money in Gust's pocket, which I think, you know, they deserve. They can take all the money they want. Is the reason why I'm still trying to track down a collector's edition for this game. I want Blue Reflection Second Light's collector's edition. I'm aware the collector's edition comes with a fucking beach towel, but, you know, I still want it because you get the physical soundtrack, you get the art book, you get all the other cool shenanigans. You get a bunch of really cool stuff for it, and it's like, I get it. I get they're trying to give you the hand towel, because, you know, not the beach towel, sorry, because, you know, the summer vibe the game's going for. It's the same way that the Date Alive game, its collector's edition, gave you a goddamn body pillow cover. It's like, I get it, but Jesus Christ. See, one of the only collector's editions I wanted to get, but eventually didn't. When I saw that the Date Alive Rio reincarnation comes with a body pillow, I was like, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna pass, because I don't think I can explain that one. I do own 2 body pillows, for the record. I own 2 body pillow covers, even, not 2 actual pillows. I have one of Kurami, my ultimate waifu, and I have one of Blanc from the Neptunia series, the Hyperdimension Neptunia series. And not for any sexual reason, before any of those assumptions do. It's entirely because I struggle to go to sleep unless I'm holding on to something. It's a really weird quirk of my life. If I'm not holding on to something, I struggle to get comfy. So having a pillow made sense. And I thought, well, if I'm going to get this, I might as well get, you know, something not plain. Oh, I know, I'll get the waifu. And so, and lo and behold, that's what it became. I use knives countless times while cooking, but I still think they're scary. Scary? Why is that? I can't help but imagine getting cut. I see, but that is what excites me. Uh-oh. What do you think, Kirara? I feel calm. In every blade lies the heart of the craftsman who forged it. What is she, a critic or something? Wow, what an interesting idea. What about you, Al? I could see how I could get someone excited. Really? Like, if someone were to come behind you and push you, you might accidentally stab yourself. Yes! Oh, I am so happy you understand. It's a little unsettling to see such pure joy for such a morbid topic. It seems that people have their own unique thoughts on things. Yeah, how you choose to feel about it is up to you. But there's one rule you can't break. You can't be used to hurt people. This applies to yourself and others. I understand not hurting other people. Why not yourself? Because that will make us sad. Understood. I'll be careful. Yeah, the fact that she had to be told that, though. You know, she couldn't work it out on her own. Oh, whoops. Oh, hello. I think I may have lost some weight since coming to this world. Ooh. I wonder why, though. Perhaps it's because we've never eaten out? Modern society is so full of temptation that we've effortlessly lost weight simply by leaving. I shall coin it the Oasis diet. Yeah, always straight on the ball, I heard Kirara groaning from here a lot lately. Uh-oh. Any more human scenes? Who wants to hang out in the... Oh! Oh, hi! Oh, I didn't even talk to you. You want to talk to me? Ow, a moment of your time. You want to go to... By the way, I saw in the room on the rooftop it's being used for anything. Just for storage, I think. Want to go check it out? Yes, I'm curious. It's the second playthrough, and I'm still not really sure on the voice, like, how to, like, do the voice of Uta. Because there's that slight, you know, coldness from the original Persona that I, like, put on myself to carry over into this one. Well, at the same time, it's a lot softer, because, you know, that's not her anymore. She's a complete wholesome being, with just a slightly, dark streak in places that you can see from time to time. Are you okay with heights, Uta? Yes, I do not feel any fear. In fact, I find it feels exhilarating. Oh, you must really like roller coasters and stuff, huh? I wonder. I've never experienced such a thing. Oh, then we guess we know what the real world state's going to be. We're going to take you to like an amusement park. Crafting. I know it's in so many games nowadays, Uta. I get you. What's wrong, Uta? You've been staring at that wooden plank for a while now. I was just thinking, What can I make with this that would be useful to everyone? That's a great idea. I like how you want to make something for everyone. I'm glad. To be honest, I was worried that I was missing the point. So it is reassuring to hear you say that, Al. Of course, have some confidence. I'm sure everyone will love it. In that case, Al, would you mind giving me some advice? Me? Yes. What would you make with this, Al? I can't remember at all what I said last time. A cutting board, maybe? A cutting board? Yeah, think about it. Cutting boards get old and have to be replaced. You can never have too many. Why you suddenly become flustered? When I saw the look on your face, I thought I might have said something dumb. Did you say something dumb, Al? I was actually rather impressed with your suggestion. Even a beginner like me should be able to make something as simple as a cutting board. Understood. I will try to make that. Yeah, let's give it our best shot. Huh? Do you mean you will help me? Would I get in your way? Get in my way? Are you planning to get in my way? No, I just don't want to slow you down, that's all. That will not be a problem. If you don't mind staying, you could advise me as I work. I see, then I'm happy to help. The two of us working together, our craftsmanship will blow everyone away. What's up here? Oh, some cool sand. And more Uta dates. Where are you? That's Mio. That's Kokoro. Where? Oh, I bet I know where she is. God, everyone's doing a bit of... Actually, no, you're watering the flowers. So everyone's doing a bit of cleaning, it seems. Yuki's out here too. A moment of your time. Yes, you have all of my moments. It's a little hot today. Yeah, it is, Uta. It's very hot today. It's always hot. Days like today make me want to jump in the pool. The pool? That doesn't sound bad. I wonder if now we can do the night pool scene. I'll wait until after her dungeon, though. We'll wait until, like, we're in the next group of shenanigans. So bright. I wish I had some sunglasses. I bet we'd find some if we looked around the school. That sounds like kind of a lot of work. I agree. Floating in the water feels much too nice. This has got to stop. We can't let our day go by spacing out like this. If you have any ideas, Uta, anything but swimming, I'd come up with something myself, but I've still got zero motivation. How about a little light exercise? Water walking or stretches or something like that? Ooh, water walking. That sounds healthy. Alright, let's start by doing a lap around the pool. Ow, I remembered something a while back. The resistance this is a good bit more difficult than walking on land. Just to also on there, some of the other games like Neo Grav Rush 2. Oh, I want to go through Gravity Rush, Disgaea, Bloodstained. I've got Bloodstained and a lot of FF. It's a shame I own like every single Final Fantasy on this other than Strangers of Paradise. But yeah, I might invest. I have to think about it. It would open up the door to a lot of things for me to be able to stream. It's just the pricing point is my my stick up is the thing. You're telling me? Because it's an extra £50 a year than I already pay for PS Plus. You know, it's like it'd be £100 I burn every year. That's a lot to ask for. Let's take a break then, shall we? I agree. We got a good amount of exercise. The sun's very strong, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. Oops. I think I got a little sunburn, see, on my arm. Oh, it is all red. Oh, your back of your neck as well. Shoot, now I've done it. Wait, I think the back of your shoulders got burnt too. Oh, you're right. We should find a way to cool our skin. Gonna be hard when our burns are on our back. Wanna ice pack each other? Ice pack each other? Yeah, did I say something funny? No, you just looked like you were having so much fun. I'll ice pack you until my arms give out. You sure are fired up? It's gonna be that much work? Oh, hello again, Uta. It's so it begins. The bed of the giant bed outside. It looks like it would be comfortable to sleep on. It looked comfortable? You mean you haven't tried it yet? It's really nice. That makes me all the more curious. Well, now we know where we're going. If you're looking for a Final Fantasy to dive into, I know I've talked about it before, about like 7's like really good with what it does and whatnot, but if 10 is on there, I'd say start with 10 as well, because 10 is actually, its post-game is super hard, but the main game itself is actually respectably easy, and it's a lot more linear than some of the other Final Fantasies, so it's easier to just kind of keep on moving forward and find your way through it. It's not as non-linear or as open-ended as some of the others. Like 12, for example, 12's the polar opposite. 12 is super open and non-linear, and it's in level design. It was like, that game kind of like, was one of the earliest examples of like an open zone game. Not an open world, just like open zones. Where like this, like you get a big space, but the big space has like tunnels that come off it that are load screens that lead to other big spaces. So it's a bunch of like big bubbles that are linked to each other as opposed to one giant open world. So it's as close to like an open world you're going to get out of a PS2 title. But I'm aware that like 12 can be kind of overwhelming because of that. Whilst 10, being a lot more linear and structured, can be very inviting. If you want like a more classic feeling Final Fantasy as well. As I've said before, 15 is a great introductory, but you kind of need all the DLCs to get the full experience, because the game got a lot of quality of life through those DLCs, unfortunately. So if you don't get the DLCs, you're kind of missing out on some of the experience of the game. Not even, it feels like the DLC is almost necessary to get the enjoyment out of it, unfortunately, because the game's very clunky. And a lot of the DLCs add extra mechanics as well as new weapons and new things like that to just help express the combat a little bit more and express the exploration side of it a little bit more. Oh, I fell asleep. Let's see, last thing I remember was chatting with Uta while on bed. Oh, I must have fallen asleep after getting too comfy. I hope Uta doesn't feel neglected. Uta, I'm so... She's asleep. What to do? She looks so peaceful, I feel bad for waking her up. But the others would probably worry if I let her sleep all day. I'll let her sleep a bit longer. I've actually looked at Uta so closely before. She really is pretty. Ow. It's starting. Her skin is clear. Her eyelashes are long. Her cheeks are the tiniest bit pink. Oh, she's smiling. She's so cute. Wait, now's not the time. She must be having a nice dream. Oh shoot, I woke her up. Ow. Morning. Did I fall asleep? Yeah, I fell asleep too. And woke up just now. You took the time to talk with me, and I up and fell asleep? I'm very sorry. Oh, that's a relief. I thought I was the one that had fallen asleep, leaving you all alone. Which means, it seems we both fell asleep at the same time. This bed is quite comfortable. You right? Yeah, right, you know, this bed. I have to. It's pretty romantic, don't you think, all these flowers? It feels like sleeping in the middle of a field of flowers. It feels so nice you fall right asleep. Asleep on a bed of flowers. It makes me think of something a little morbid. By morbid, you don't mean it's just like a funeral. I knew you were going to say that. It looked like they were holding a funeral for the both of us, didn't it? I think it looked more like a lover's suicide. Jeez, Uta. We were on a bed, not in a casket, after all. A lover's suicide? I guess that's pretty romantic, too, just like Romeo and Juliet. Oh, I don't really want to die, though, you know. Yes, of course. We just had a nice nap, that's all, though. I wouldn't mind if it was with you, Al. You mean it? Hey, wait, I got distracted by the compliment. No dying allowed, you hear? Yes, Al. The FS are OG7, 15 Royal, 10 2 HD, 12 Zodiac, 8 Remastered, 9 World of Final Fantasy. Okay, 7 OG, like, you know, the one that reinvented the wheel of JRPGs. Easy to recommend. The game can feel a little overwhelming at times, because once you get out of Midgard, the big mega city at the start of the game, you're kind of just dropped into the open world. However, I can comfortably tell you, as a 6-year-old, I finished Final Fantasy VII. Because ultimately, even though it's non-linear spaces, there's only ever like 1 or 2 places you can go, and one of them will lead to the next zone and continue the plot anyway. So it'll be like, hey, you got to a new zone. There's this little village you can go to, and there's this cave. But the cave's blocked off by a big snake monster, so you go to the village and some plot event happens. And then afterwards you hear that there's a way to get around the snake during the village. So like there's a linear progression of the story, it just feels open. You're in a giant open field, but it's only like a limited number and there's a set order you'll end up going to them. There's only 2 major points where like it super breaks off and there's an optional path. One of them is Fort Condor, the other is Wutai. Fort Condor is there for a tower defense minigame. So how long you spend there is up to you. The only reason you go back there is that in like, I think it's disc 2 or disc 3, like much later in the game, if you go back, you can do a harder version of the minigame to get them to gain access to the Phoenix summon, so you can summon the Phoenix in battle. And the other is Wutai, which has a sub-story, like side arc when you get to Wutai Village, involving Yuffie, but you have to pick up Yuffie first. But other than that, 7, you know where you're going for the most part, and if you don't, the game will lead you to where you need to go quite comfortably. And so I think like 7 is a great game to go through. 8, I said 8's a great game. The problem with 8 Remastered, or 8 in general, is that it's very grindy. So if it's your first Final Fantasy, you're in trouble. Because it might give you a bad impression of the rest of the series because of how grindy it is. 9 is also to an extent kind of grindy, but it also has one of the cutest and most endearing stories in the series, because 9 at the time was designed to be a send-off to classic Final Fantasy, because starting with 10 they knew they'd be reinventing the wheel and changing things. So the game is littered to the brim with a bunch of callbacks and references and nods to the entire franchise, has a really cutesy, almost childlike fantasy setting in how it handles itself, and has some of the most charmingly well written characters in the series, and it's a lot of people's favourites. It's not my favourite, because I grew up with 7 more than 9, but I understand anytime someone tells me they love 9, or 9's their favourite. I was like, I completely get it, because it has such a charming feel to it, and it isn't as gruff or as gritty or as like commentarily as some of the others. Like 6, 7, and 8 are literally have social commentary of different stages. 7 is literally the whole world versus fascism. And some people try and be like, no it doesn't. I'm like, yeah it does. Barrett literally calls Shinra fascists. You know, it's literally in the game. He literally calls them that. Whilst 10, Final Fantasy X is, like I said, a very linear, very energetic game with a shit ton of mini games that has one of the best stories and is one of the few games from the PS2 era that made me cry. The 10's ending is beautifully well written, beautifully handled. The increase in challenge you go through the game is really well done. 10 is phenomenal. 10 is like the easy second favorite. 7 and 4 are my tied favorites, because 4 was the very first Final Fantasy I ever played, so I'm biased. And 7, you know, reinvented the wheel for a reason, is a phenomenal game even to this day. But 10 is like always like right up there. 10 is phenomenal. Which is a shame 10-2 wasn't my cup of tea. 10-2 was the first one to really go out of its way to change up the formula. It's the one with the all-female playable cast, which isn't a bad thing at all. I love that for that. It gave a very different feeling and flair for a Final Fantasy game. My problem is that getting completion in that game, I'm pretty sure it's impossible without a guide. Because of how easily taking one misstep will lock out certain other events that will stop you getting 100%. And there's an 100% ending that you need to get to finish the story. So if you're not following a guide, you won't get the true ending on your first playthrough. Because literally, if you go, like in 10-2, all the areas are designed to be in one giant circle. If you go around them clockwise, you miss out on so many fucking events that get completely locked off that your endgame percentage will genuinely be docked by about 15%. Your highest you'll get is like 84% after that point. You have to go it counterclockwise. You have to go against yourself and you have to go left. And if you do, you'll trigger a bunch of scenes that you would have missed if you went clockwise. It's like this shit like that. 10-2 is a nightmare to 100% unless you're following a guide. But if you're glaring at a guide for the entire playthrough, well then clearly you're not going to get as much out of it. casually, if you don't care about the endings, the game's super fun and energetic. But the moment you do care about the story and do care about seeing how it goes, the game kind of burns you out a little. 12 is the biggest game in the series. Well, one of the biggest in terms of content. I said it's a near open world game, but not quite, because it's the open zones. It has a huge traditional fantasy story with like different cultures, different countries, different armies, the empire, different stages, a royal family that's trying to find their peace. But that's not what makes the game gigantic. What makes the game gigantic is the sheer variety of side quests and bounties. Bounties especially, holy shit. Bounties make the game literally triple in size and make it like a 200-hour beast. Like, I think in my Let's Plays, even though it's not got as many videos as some of my other projects, I think it's the longest project I worked on. Because of how many things I had to edit out and like clean up and whatnot. Like 12 is gargantuan. I love 12. 12, especially Zodiac Age, the HD remaster, it added a lot of quality of life that helped things get moving. Like, you know, making the game run at doubled or even quad speed. That helps a lot for questing and going out on adventures to just up the world game speed. And World of Final Fantasy is intended for a younger audience. I'm doing it in order of release, if you haven't gathered. It's intended for a younger audience, and it's supposed to be like a kid's first Final Fantasy. In the same vein that Mystic Quest was supposed to be a kid's first Final Fantasy back in the 90s. It's super charming and super endearing. The game's kind of repetitive, but I get it. It's aimed for a younger audience, and so it's gonna be a little bit repetitive and not as complicated. But it is super fun, and it is super cute, and it's got a real chibi art style to it. It's like World of Final Fantasy, it's designed to be kids' first Final Fantasy, and it works for what it's intended. 15 Royal Edition is the version of 15 with almost all the DLC. The only DLC it's missing is the Arden DLC, but that's honestly fine. The Arden DLC is super fun, but it's separate from the main story and all the other DLCs that it gives. So the Royal Edition is probably the best version of the game to get, because that's the one that has all the quality of life and all the extras and, you know, the Royal Edition upgrade, which is what the edition of the game is based on. The Royal DLC completely reworked the entire final chapter of the game to make it more satisfying and more chunky, because in the original release it was a very linear path to boss's credits for the final chapter, so they changed it to give it a lot more flesh. It's actually an entire open zone for you to explore and do side quests in before you head towards the final boss now, and get some, like, you know, end game weaponry a little easier, and hunt down a super boss if you feel so inclined. And we're still waiting for the Pixel Remastered games to come to console. It's wild that they're mobile and PC only. That's 1 through 6 HD Remastered. And they said they're on mobile and they're on PC, but they're not on console yet. And that's so strange to everyone. The reason why 11 is on the list, because 11 is a now defunct, I say it still goes, but it's not as, like, it's not the main focus, MMO. It was the MMO they made and worked on before 14 came around. Same as 14. 14's an MMO. The 13 trilogy not being on that list, I'm kind of surprised that 13 trilogy hasn't been remastered for current consoles. I understand that the 13 trilogy was horrendously despised in the West, but the keyword is in the West. A lot of people forget that the reason why there were 3 13 games is because in Japan they sold brilliantly and were loved. In the East, the 13 trilogy were all adored. And it was just in the West, because 13.1, the character writing is kind of weird, and the game is super linear, and the best part of the game is not until 40 hours in it, and that's a tough break to try and break someone into it with. But 13.2 is bloody brilliant. I love 13.2. That's in my top 5 Final Fantasies. And Lightning Returns is really interesting, even if I never finished it, because of the fact that it's the Majora's Mask of Final Fantasy. The whole game's on a time limit before the world ends. And things change as it goes on. And in the same vein as Majora's Mask, that ended up stressing me out too much, so I never got around to finishing it. But it still surprises me that they've never done a HD remaster and put those 3 games together on modern platforms. They're on Steam though, at least I'm pretty sure. I know 13.2 and Lightning Returns are on Steam. I don't know if 13.1 is, but I'd like to think it is. But it was just in the West they didn't do as well, whilst in the East they did fantastically. But after that's a giant tangents, let's continue. Yes, Al, I think it's much more special waking up next to you like this. I do feel, however, that I was able to sleep unusually deep. Unusually? Does that mean you usually have trouble sleeping? I guess it is hard to get some privacy here. It's not that. I've mostly gotten used to daily life here. It's just that I've noticed something. My sleep was so restful just now. It made me realize that I must sleep very lightly most of the time. So you haven't been able to sleep well? Are you still tired when you wake up? Yes, but I've become used to that. That's terrible. What's the point of sleep if you're still tired afterwards? It's bad for your skin, you feel crummy, and you get cranky easily. Is all that really all true? It is! Getting good sleep is so important. You've got to take better care of yourself. I think I can take care of myself. I find that I often think about things different than others, so I avoid speaking about my thoughts to avoid unnecessary friction. Well, don't do that. You can talk to me about stuff. You talk to me about stuff, don't you? That's because you never judged me for sharing my thoughts. I've allowed myself to be spoiled by you. Uta, that's no good. I guess I just have to take care of you. So I've said it before, I've played and finished every single Final Fantasy in the main series but 13R or 13.3. Just because of the time limit stuff. It's the only one I never finish. And I want to, and if they ever did a remastered trilogy, I'd use that as an excuse to give it a fairer shot. But that has to happen first. Aha! That's why I wanted the bonfire out. I had a feeling there'd still be more dates involving it. There's a firewood outside. What is it for? Oh, fire. Oh, it's for the bonfire. Want to try it together? I see. I'd like to go too. I'll go with you. Oh, hello, Shio. Don't mind us. Uta, we finally managed to get the fire pit working. Have you been to a bonfire party before? I think I may have at one time, though I don't think I enjoyed myself. Oh, I think I get you. Did it feel a bit forced? Like everyone kept asking you stuff like, hey, you having fun? Or you're too quiet. I think that's true. How did you know? I think stuff like sports, rallies, and graduation ceremonies are kind of like that. I appreciate the detailed breakdown. Final Fantasy always felt overwhelming to try because of all the titles and different versions of those titles. And that problem only worsened once I saw them on PS Plus to get. Yeah, I'd say, if you want to get a start with 10. 10's very easy to get into. It has a great story, a great gameplay loop that's easy to understand. The sphere grid can seem a little intimidating at first, but the sphere grid is basically your main upgrade path. Like, if you upgrade something, there'll be like 4 offshoots from it. Think of it like a talent tree, but it's really big. There'll be 4 offshoots off it that give you different upgrades. And then if you upgrade the next one, it'll have like even more offshoots off of that. And it can be a little overwhelming, especially if you zoom it out and see how big the tree is. But that's because it's supposed to last you all game, and it's only one skill tree for each character. But the game itself, like I said, is a really great starting point. And if you like that, you just open the door to yourself to try out the other ones. I said 12's great, but it's kind of it's kind of big. It can be overwhelming. 7 and 4 are like the absolute peak of the franchise to me personally. But so I know that's my bias kicking in with 4 because that was my gateway Final Fantasy. That was the game that got me into Final Fantasy. That was my earliest Final Fantasy memory. Of course I'm biased and I love 4. It's the same reason I love Tales of Arise, because Tales of Arise reminded me so much of Final Fantasy 4 because they literally have similar plot beats. You know, they literally have similar plot beats and similar character designs. The main character is a Dark Knight-esque character that eventually becomes a paladin. The love interest is a white mage that can also kick ass. Same applies in both games. Both games involve you going to the moon in the last act of the game. Both games, it turns out you actually have a big plot twist involving the moon when you get there. Both of them, the main villain is someone directly related to you, the main character, or to an extent connected to them. You have to get like a special spaceship that you hijack to get access to the moon side of things. It's the same in both games. Like, Tales of Arise is super inspired by Final Fantasy IV, it feels like, and I love it for it. Would 10 to be good after 10, or would I go to 7 after? Yeah, 10-2. The reason why it's called 10-2 is because it directly connects to 10's story. The thing is, 10 is a complete package in its own right. 10-2 was thought of long after 10 was originally finished. Like, you know, they did the whole story, and then eventually afterwards, once it was entirely wrapped up and the game was out, they thought, wouldn't it be interesting to do more of that game? And they entered the idea of doing 10-2. So you can enjoy 10 entirely on its standalone. In the 10-2 HD remaster, it gives you the free ability to jump straight into 10-2, so I would say give 10-2 a shot. It's just understand, if you're not following a guide, you're not getting the true ending. And that's the biggest detriment of the game, unfortunately, is the fact that the game is extremely extremely cruel with getting the true ending. It's also the only Final Fantasy I can think of that has alternate endings. All the rest only have like one ending you can really work towards and end up as. Some of them have like slightly different variants. Like in 6, the entire second half of the game is reuniting your entire party before going to face the final dungeon, but you can do the final dungeon whenever you want. So there's nothing stopping you with like getting only like 2 or 3 people and then immediately going for the final dungeon, which will then alter the ending slightly because there won't be as many faces at the final fight. Like the credits won't go on as long, you won't see as much extra dialogue, you know, things like that. Whilst if you go out of the way and track everyone down and get all 14 members together, then do the final dungeon, you'll feel more complete because you'll get more ending scenes. You'll see everyone's epilogues, that sort of thing. That's the only other Final Fantasy game I can really think of that really does other endings. Because 7 has optional characters that can join your party as well, but they don't end up mattering too much with the finale. That being Yuffie and Vincent. Vincent's a little bit more awkward to get, but Yuffie's super easy. Yuffie is actually, when you're in an open world, run through forests, and Yuffie will show up as a random encounter. You beat her in a fight, she'll start harassing you to let her join the party, and then if you say yeah, then there you go, you got Yuffie. Vincent's a little bit more awkward because you have to solve a puzzle that you don't even know that might not even know is there in the mansion. I managed to figure it out as a kid, so I'm sure you will too. But it can still be kind of awkward because it's like you have to solve a vault puzzle, and then once you solve it, you need to solve another one under a time limit, and then once you solve that, you have to fight an optional boss, and then you get a key for a cellar in the manor. You go down there, and then the cellar turns out to be a prison for Vincent, and Vincent joins your party. You know, like, it can be a little awkward, but like, that's it. But all the rest is literally just like one linear path sort of thing. But I'd say start with 10. And 10-2, I'd say go to 10-2 afterwards, but cautiously. Because I understand that it's a very different thing and they were going for different things. It's still a fun game, it's just it does a different thing from the rest of the series, and you have to understand that it is, by nature, because of that, I keep on using the word, different. But then after that, absolutely dive into 7. 7 is phenomenal. So 7 is the reason why JRPGs are the way they are today, and that's not an exaggeration. It's not that the game's overrated or overhated and whatnot. It's like yeah, people have different favourites, but you have to understand, almost every RPG that came after FF7 is partially inspired by FF7, because it reinvented the wheel of JRPGs full fucking stop. It is the game that every RPG that came thereafter takes something from. Heck, this game's flow combat is based, it has roots in the active time battle system that Final Fantasy introduced. Yeah, 7 wasn't the one that introduced it, but 7 did the most with it. The idea that even though it's turn-based, the combat is constantly moving as you play. Like, 7 was the one that did that first. Everyone has active time bars, and when the bar fills up, you take an action. The heavier the action, the slower your bar will regenerate afterwards. So, like, super strong charge-up spells will leave you more open for longer, whilst quick spells or quick actions, the bar will fill up quicker, so you might even get 2 turns in before the enemy does. And certain actions might slow down the enemy or speed yourself up to make things go along quicker. You know, it was Final Fantasy that introduced that kind of formula. But 10, I think you will enjoy. The voice acting, Final Fantasy X was the very first Final Fantasy game to have voice acting of any kind. So understand, it's not going to be the best voice acting you've ever heard in your life. I think the English dub is perfectly fine. I think the entire English dub team are great. I think all of their voices do what they need to do. They just, you can tell it's an English dub of a Japanese title from 2001 in places. You know? I think that's the easiest way to explain it. Like, you can tell in places. Some of it's a bit awkward. Some of it feels like they're chasing the lip sync a little too much. It's a little awkward in places. I still think the English dub is great, and I always play it in the English dub. But you notice it. You know? You notice it from time to time. There's the odd line that kind of hits a bit weird. And you're like, okay, this game's like, you can hear it's like it's an anime dub-esque kind of thing from 2001. And with 10.2 HD, they fully remastered the entire soundtrack of 10.1. I don't think they did it for 10.2, I think it was only 10.1 they did it. So you can hear like a full orchestral version of the entire soundtrack, or the classic version from 2001 if you choose. It's an option in the settings to change the soundtracks. There are some tracks that I think genuinely sound better in the original, but there's also a plethora of other tracks that are godly in the remaster. The normal battle theme gets a bass guitar in the background for it, and it's so good. Then one of the 3 main villains of 10, I'm not going to spoil them because that's part of the fun. Their battle themes, all of them get so much better. And like one in particular, it transformed it into like my favorite track in the game in the remaster. But there are also other tracks, like the actual final boss theme itself. I kind of prefer the original version because it sounds so less natural, which is fitting for you, the final boss. Whilst the remaster, it kind of feels like some of the like fear factor of it's missing, where it's more orchestralized. So like you can alternate between the two, but it's the fact that that's even an option is really cool. I survived SA1 and 2's English dub and lip sync with them cutting each other off, so I think that I won't mind. Yeah, fair enough. It's not my favourite English dub in a Final Fantasy, but my favourite ironic enjoyment, if that makes sense. Like my favourite genuine is the 7 Remake, because the 7 Remake English dub was written with so much care and attention to the character writing and how they should act, how they should respond and whatnot, that they feel so goddamn believable as people. Like the 7 Remake is phenomenal at what it does to make each character so believable and so like on point with how they are, and so like believable and what they've gone through to bounce off one another. But the one I enjoy the most, ironically, is actually to do with Final Fantasy VII. It's the spin-off Crisis Core, which is getting a full remaster at the end of this year, for the record, which I will be playing, because that's hilarious. Zack steals that game. Zack steals the show. The main character of Crisis Core, Zack, is so funny for the wrong reasons, but he's so good. Because he's the only normal person in a really fucked up world, it feels like. What is it you're after? World domination. That's not even funny, man. And it's like, Zack, shut up. Or it's like, the father cannot survive, so neither can the son. And Zack just goes, what the hell are you talking about? What's going on here? I'm like, Zack, I hear you, dude. Or fucking Genesis starts this fucking poetry bullshit, and then like literally whilst Genesis is talking, literally mid-sentence, you just hear it's like, oh, shut up, just shut up, will ya? Just like Zack's no way, why did he just eat my hair? Like, Zack is such a fucking blessing for how he's written and the voice actor, the performance he gives. Like, Zack literally is the reason alone to play Crisis Core. Like, I can't wait for the remaster at the end of the year just to hear Zack be Zack again, because he's such a goddamn treat. And the reason why they're remastering Crisis Core is because Crisis Core is Zack's hilarious. It's because Crisis Core is effectively a prequel to the original story of Final Fantasy VII, and because the future parts of the remake are going to involve more of the expanded material, they kind of want Crisis Core to be available so people can understand some of the things they'll be referencing a bit more, if that makes sense. Like, in the original game, it was just the original game at the time, so none of that expanded material existed. Whilst in Remake, because that expanded material does exist, they kind of want people to kind of like dip their foot into some of the other expanded universe, so then some of the references and some of the things they bring into the remake make a bit more sense. The main one being, the prequel game Crisis Core. Hey, but Zack's a goldmine. It really is. Hey, Cloud, where is it you come from? Oh, I'm Nibelheim. Oh, really? Where are you from, Zack? Me? Gongaga. You're like, what the fuck was that delivery? It's from Gongaga, got it. And I say that because Crisis Core's writing as a whole is kind of bad, but Zack steals the show. Like, if that makes like Crisis Core, like, as a spin-off, is so weird, and none of the characters act right, and some of the characters are really weird. Like, even the ones that are in the main game, it's like, you don't act like this in the main game. Why are you acting like this in the prequel? Why is like the game writing so weird and awkward and different, and just it feels like some kind of like. Why does it feel so much like a really awkward dub that didn't get localized well at all? And then you have Zack's actor, who clearly was having the time of his fucking life. Like, Zack's VA is having so much fun, and the lines he delivers them with such enthusiasm. He's just a dorky kid, literally talking over the phone to the main villain before he becomes the main villain. And he's just like, hey, does that mean I get to go crazy? Yes, I suppose you can. Awesome! And that he shouts it so loud that Sephiroth moves the phone away from his ear to let Zack shout. He goes, awesome! Probably! Or like he ends up meeting Aerith and he immediately just goes, wow, is this what an angel looks like? It's like, Zack, shut the fuck up. Anyway, I got completely off track for fanboying Zack too much. He's such... Once you experience Zack, you never go back. You know, like, he's such a dork. He's such a dork when he's our dork. Anyway, events like that really show you who your friends are, I think. I think I felt the same. I'm surprised you felt that way, Al. I kind of realized that I was having trouble relating to others like that when I started talking to you. I thought I was the only one like that. Everybody has experienced the feeling of having someone else's ideas forced on them. But since I came here, as long as I'm with the people I love, I can enjoy anything. Yeah, it's like Al's almost talking to me at this point. She's like, yeah, people sometimes will force their things on me, like me going on about Final Fantasy. Can you tell I grew up with the franchise? Final Fantasy is like literally in my DNA. Like even more than like Sonic the Hedgehog, you know, another franchise I grew up with. Final Fantasy, Devil May Cry, things like that. They were literally some of my earliest video game memories and have been with me my entire life. And so like I am very impassioned about the entire franchise because it's literally like interwoven in my DNA. It means so much to me. Not every Final Fantasy is made equal. I said 2 is extremely grindy, 8's extremely grindy, and a lot of people don't like 13. But they're all still very important to me, even the ones that I'm not so keen on, like 2 and 8. I say that I finished 8 again like a couple years back, and even have videos of it on the channel, and I enjoyed it enough as is. I think the last act of the game, once you're done with the grinding, is phenomenal. It's just getting through the grind to get to that point. But since I came here, as long as I'm with the people I love, I can enjoy anything. Anything? I mean, we might fight every now and again, but once you calm down, you come away from understanding each other better. You really are something, Al. Even with me, you're not as different as you think, Uta. We're talking normally right now, aren't we? You never go back and you'll gain what you lack, and you're going to lose some slack once you're hit with the Zack attack. Okay, how long did that take you to think up of Camo? And the thing is, it's always... Because I remember I had a friend in school who his first experience of Final Fantasy VII was Crisis Core. And he was like, oh, Zack's so great. Like, I remember him going through it and, like, really enjoying it. And then going like, oh, I can't rate the scene when I play the original 7. I'm like, I hate to break it to you, but Zack's kind of only a Crisis Core character. Like, he's involved in the original story, but he's not the main character. And his involvement is, in fact, tied to optional content as well. Like, you don't really see Zack that much or hear that much. The reason why Zack's writing is so good in Crisis Core is because they kind of had an open field to write with him. Because there's so little of him in the main game. You know, you learn so little about him. You just learn about his significance a lot in the original. And so going to Crisis Core, they kind of had like an open like canvas to draw whatever they want when making Zack the way they wanted, you know? They could do whatever they wanted, and it worked out because of it. So I was thinking, sports rally, bonfire party, whatever. If you're surrounded by your friends, it's all fun. I think you may be right. Would you like to light a fire, Al? Only if you want. I won't force you to do anything. You're sneaky, Al. What, me? Sneaky? Nothing puts pressure on someone like saying you won't force them to do something. Though, I'm sure you wouldn't ignore me if I said no. That's why I really want to see this fire you're so excited about. Thanks, Uta. I'll light it now. So what do you think? It's a big fire. Aww, that's all. What kind of answer are you looking for? I'm just curious to hear your thoughts. There wasn't anything in particular I wanted you to say. It's warm. Might be a little too hot if anything. It is the middle of summer. When I think of how you wanted to show me this, I feel warm. Being by your side, it's warm. Oops, am I invading your personal space? I wonder. It's burning quite large. Like, Uta's already started her game. She's already started the conquest. Yeah. Almost as if it's affirming its own existence. I get that. It's almost like it's yelling, I exist. I wonder if that's why they say flames roar. It looks almost happy. That may just be my imagination. Uta's already ranked 9, Jesus Christ. Oh, and there's more. I wonder if we're going to hit rank 10 before we even start a dungeon at this fucking rate. Where would you like to go next, my... Oh, you wanted to talk to me first. The sunflowers in the flower bed have started to bloom. Aren't they pretty? Want to go have a look? Sure. If you'd like to, I'll join you. Sure feels like summer. All the sunflowers are starting to bloom. Yes, and they appear to be healthy as well. By the way, what makes it feel like summer? Sunflowers are just a summery flower, I guess. Summery? Yeah, like they're real bright colour, like the sun. Because looking at them always makes you feel hot. So that's your impression of summer. Your metaphors are quite unique, Al. I'm glad you understand. But that's not all. Sunflowers are really tough, so they make you feel the power of summer. Aloha. Mickey. Feeling hot from looking at them was a more fitting description to me. Summer is the only season we've had here, though. Summer? Do you like the summer, Al? Honestly, not really. It's hot and we always have to so much homework. I wish I could just relax and do nothing at least for summer break. Life here can hardly be called leisurely either. I know, right? But it's nice to sit here and relax and look at the sunflowers, don't you think? Is looking at a sunflowers good things? A good thing? That's not what I meant. I meant it's nice to make new memories together. Doesn't that make you happy? And does making new memories together make you happy, Al? Yeah! This will become an important memory with an important friend. We can make lots of memories and then reminisce about them later. Today, I looked at sunflowers with Al. We talked about summer. Like that? Yeah, just like... What? And then I held Al's hand, and her reaction was very funny. Was it really that funny? Yes, I think my memories with you will be good ones. Smooth, Uta. She saw her opportunity and seized it with both hands. Is that it for the dates? Yes, that is. Alright, off to Uta's Heartscape. I'll get these first. What do you think about me? I suppose you wouldn't know. So fluffy. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not open right now. Oh, really? The sign outside says you're open. Does it? Ah, I'm so sorry. Must have forgotten to flip it when I was closing up. Do you work here? I do. It's my father's cafe. But we had to head out a moment ago. Is that why you're closed? Yes. He said some urgent business came up. He's always doing stuff like this. Would it be alright for me to wait here until your father comes back? Huh? I suppose you'll be alright. I have no idea how long that will be. That's no problem. Well, what level are we? 32. Oh, okay, we're fine, we're fine. I was like, oh, I remember being vaguely near that level. No, we're good. Wow, what a beautiful place. I want to let the music play for a second. Oh, is this one of those old-fashioned candy stores? I've never seen one in real life. Are they that unusual? Our hometown had one. That's because we lived in the middle of nowhere. So this is a hardscape.
どう
Well, do you remember anything? Finally made it. Are you excited to see Grandma, Uta?
ふざけるな
Unbelievable! Humanity was supposed to survive even if the world was destroyed. There's no better sound than the last breath of a person dying in agony. Well, aren't you just the sweetest? Uta, are you okay? What was that? Was that me?
内容もそうだ
These
し
memories, something's different. This doesn't feel right. They were all over the place.
こんな
I've
見え
never
方を
seen
する
memories
記憶
like this. God, the violin in this track adds such a tragic feeling to it, especially because we know the story of this. We know about her relationship with her grandma, and how she ultimately loses her grandma, never really appreciating her, just to find the sunflower field her grandma made, hoping that her granddaughter would come visit her again. We already know the tragedy, so like you hear the violin in this track start going on its own really slowly. It kind of hits, you know. It nearly made me tear up the first time we got it. It's like, fuck, now I know the context. This whole dungeon, this whole heartscape, this whole story arc of Huta, it's just gonna hit. We sure we want to keep going?
もしも
If push comes to shove, we may have to subdue her by force.
その
Let's just be ready for anything. What was that? Uta, are you okay?
はい
Yes, I am fine. Alright, first things first is that we need to go up this way because there's all the farming stuff on that end.
取っておこ
Automatic loom. Oh, and a professional camera.
う何かに使えそう
Oh, and a petrified wood. Okay, time to get a shit ton of new resources. Oh, wow, I caught the enemy from there? I wasn't even trying to. Wow, that must be like the most pixel edge of it. I caught the enemy.
いつでも行ける
Alright, on with the Death Wish. Let's see what this dungeon throws at us.
今のうちに畳みかけようふっ特別はここにふっ私に飛ぶ力もよしいつでも行けるえい
Okay. I'm waiting to see them hit us to see what we're dealing with damage wise.
行くよドーンいつでも
Or they could just not hit us because we're about to kill it now. Alright, there'll be a fight later on. I'm not going to complain about not taking damage. Means we don't have to worry about healing. And we can have... How many resources... How much resource do I have? Sorry, I can't speak today. 32. Okay, we should be fine. Considering I don't think we fight any major bosses. We fight a few minor bosses before we're forced to leave, but we don't fight the big major boss.
何かに使えるわさっさと倒しちゃおうやっよいしょ私のふっふっチャンス一気に畳みかけるよ行くよ
Jesus, he was already on like gear level 5. Ether speed, yeah, it's crept up. It's reached the point. It's reached that point already. The ether speed is so good that she hits level 5 in basic fights. Where actually is her ether recovery speed on now? 180. Also, it's not the highest. I guess it's just it builds up super quick because of all the fragments I have on her. Yeah, ether recovery on speed boost. And boost at the start of a battle. Yeah, so she has a lot of boosts to just get herself up that list super quick to put herself in a comfortable position.
取っておこうズバッと気合いよし元気よし勝てるえい
Oh, okay. They're really not a threat damage-wise. Okay, we're on top of this. I know we're over-leveled, but that doesn't usually stop Death Wish.
いつでもいける。
Yeah, I hope so too. I think we're at a point now where she is kind of like comfortable protecting herself. If anything, the one that we need to be the most wary of is Hiyori, because her defense is so low.
楽勝楽勝。
But she seems to be holding her own pretty well. And just to make sure I'm not going insane. Yeah, we are still on Death Wish. Just like it's just we're doing okay for now. Don't want to jinx it, but still. God, like Reina's might be my favorite Heartscape theme, but like this is close. This is such a great track, especially when you know the context of what it all means. In the same vein that like Reina's track is great, especially when you know what it means and what it's like symbolic of.
いつでもいける。
It's like Reina's is all about, you know, like the child, like the puppy love crush, but then finding out the person you love is actually, you know, dying. And what do you do with yourself after you reach that point, finding yourself lost? That the music reflects that mix of emotions so well. But this is like pure anarchy and confusion, but at the same time has to resemble the end product of, you know, where Uta will end up, which is, you know, that she ultimately lost her grandma, and there's guilt that she never got past that affected who she was. She never got to have them to see her in the grandma's sunflower field until after her grandmother had died. You know, the sunflower field that was made for Uta.
どういうこと？よいしょ。よし、やるよ。
And the fact that we're going to end up dropping this story arc because Yuki's story arc is going to come crashing in later on. It kind of makes me like I don't want to get through it too quick, obviously, but at the same time, like I want to get through more of like Uta's story arc like as soon as, because I just love it so much. Oh no, this is also the Heartscape where it forces you to see these scenes. You don't have to click on them. You're an interesting one, Uta. So you get a glimmer of the 15 goddamn shards here, but not like the final product.
攻め時だね。いや、いつでもいける。はっ。よいしょ。
Do you have like a basic quick heal? I need to make like some like smaller heals to just burn when it's like small things like this that I don't mind using. Ah, maybe I'll make something when we go back.
行くよ。
Just because I'm wary of Al's health.
よいし
I just kind of wanted to top it up a little bit just in case something untoward suddenly happens, but we should be fine.
ょ。楽勝楽勝。負ける気がしないよ。
Whoa! I'd like to show you something. I found the biggest turnip you'll ever see. Not interested. Is that so? I'm sorry. Big turnip? Could that be it? Should we try pulling it? Well, once we get past these snaky guys. So I know I'm not talking as much. I'm just listening to the music. I can't help it. Yeah, it's one of those kind of tracks.
当たって砕けろ。もういけるなきゃダメか。よし、やるよ。いや、私の出番だね。ドーン。決める。いつでもいける。
To be fair, all the dungeon themes from this point onwards are all really good, for the record.
気がしないよ。
Like, Yuki's is perfect, especially with the heart monitor beeping in the background and what it represents. Like, you know, Yuzu and Lime's is really cool and has a good nostalgic feel to it. Owl's theme is really mysterious and like has a lot of like undergoing elements of like what might be actually going on in the plot. And both of the final dungeon themes serve their purpose really well as, you know, a final dungeon.
いよし元気よし勝てるよし私ほっよし今がチャンス攻め時だね私の出番だねはっ
And the thing is, we've still got a lot to go yet. Because keep in mind, I said, once we hit chapter 10, the plot's stopping because we've got DLC shenanigans. We've got the Riser dungeon and the beach episode. And I know the beach episode isn't the longest thing in the world, but it'll still take a while. It's weird to think this. Like, I'm thinking like about the last dungeon and how like dark and mechanical and unnatural it is when you get there. Because you know it's the whole point. Compared to like literally the rest of the game being like a lot of fields and you know beach environments or forest environments. Like it's such an outlier compared to like the rest of the goddamn game. When I think about it. Okay, I'm starting to feel the heat a little bit now. In real life, I'm starting to feel it. The summer heat is starting to creep in a lot. Oh, and Uta's Heartscape gets the rare luxury of having something unique to it that isn't just story beats or dungeon design. The fact that some of the story events you straight up can't trigger unless you do these little side quest things. You know, like putting out this big turnip we're gonna do. Other dungeons don't do that. Usually just stumble into a scene and that's it. Whilst they're more involved, some of them. Jesus, 1,000 experience points, thank you. I'll take that gladly, 1,000 points. Remember at the start of the game when we get like 2 experience points and we were happy about it? How things change. You're literally blocking off the path, come on. Like, get out of my way, dog man. Dog lava thingy majig, whatever you want to call this thing. I'm gonna have a sip of my water while we're doing this. Needs must. Gotta stay hydrated. It's the only way you're gonna survive this heat this coming week. I will specify, no matter what my schedule plan is, if it reaches a point where the heat is genuinely unbearable, I'm not gonna, you know, force myself to continue streaming. We'll wrap up kind of thing. Right now it's fine, but it's like it could get a lot worse as the week goes on, and I'm not going to torture myself to try and stream it, because I'd end up not enjoying it. Come on, Uta, let's pull this out. Oh. Oh my, interested after all? I'm so glad I've so much to show you. She seemed happy. I wonder what else she wanted to show me. And I think this is the last chapter that plays this normal battle theme, right? Because after Yuki is after Ao has her epiphany and accepts her role as leader more fully, so the theme changes. So enjoy this battle theme while you can, because it's going to go away soon. Why is it like this is like the third fight in a row I've seen Hiyori's like finished it with like a bunch of nerfs stacked on her. Like what's going on over there, Hiyori? Sure, I'll fight this snake bro as well and then we'll leave. I was going to try and get behind it. I've got its range. It's a snake. Its range is great. She calls it. She just says. She shouts. Sorry, that just caught me for a second. He always shouted super attack when she did that. So it just took me for a second. I was like, wait, what did she just say? Yeah, I can tell you right now, if I'm this, like, I'm getting this hot and stuffy already, we're not doing Yuki's dungeon today. As much as I wanted to, no, we're going to do Uta's, reach the end of that, and then wrap up, because this is way too hot. I'm feeling it already a little. So we've still got, we'll still do a ways to go, it's just, my plan to try and go, because I wanted to make this a longer stream, because, you know, it's Sunday and whatnot, and I haven't got any plans. I was going to try and make this longer, but this heat's not worth it. It's kind of unbearable. It's not, as I say, it's not that bad just yet, but I know it's going to hit that soon. Oh, I was hoping I could get through in time. Oh, I was gonna hope she'd shout super attack again. This little meat, this little menace, this little bean. Oh, that violin. And I think over here is an optional little scene as well involving this farm. The Scarecrow? No? Okay, over here? I'm sure there was another little scene around here. Yes. Different Scarecrow, okay. Wow, a Scarecrow! That brings back memories. We made one at school when I was a child. That's cute, but this place is crazy hot. Mind if I borrow your cute straw hat, Mr. Scarecrow? You can't do that. A Scarecrow is nothing without his hat. Seriously? We probably should make some hats for us to wear next time. Yeah, wouldn't want to get a heat stroke in the middle of a battle. Because they brought it up twice this live stream. First it was the sunglasses, now it's this. It would be nice to actually be able to like make and craft cosmetics in the next game, instead of it just being like little DLC items like the cat ears and whatnot. Just to mix it up a little. So I'd love to put sunnies on the main character. Imagine Owl just having like sunglasses on. Or being able to actually like put Uta's hair in like a hairband or something to make her look sort of like how Owl looks, since they talked about that at one point as well. Just so you know, room for thought. There's little things they might do on the next one. Nice, I want to grab as many as I can. I get carried away. I'm not helping you if they get too heavy. I always think about you, Uta. And you don't get to see the rest of it, because this is still the first visit where things are a bit chaotic. Oh, whoops, I didn't realise he was already kind of low. Ow. By the time that the order ring goes around, it'll probably be a good time. Thank you. Nice. Anything else we missed before we press on? Good. So this is where you are hiding. I was looking for you. Huh? You like sweets, don't you? Let's go to the store. I'll get you something nice. She wasn't talking to us, right? It should be just part of a memory. It must be the store she was referring to. Shall we investigate? We shall investigate, Uta. You do a lot back and forth in this dungeon now that I record, because once you do this, it actually unlocks another memory thing for you to trigger to go get. Another memory shard. I think that's the one that does this, or it might be one later on. Now, what would you like? You have whichever you want. I don't want any. Wrong again. I'm not very good at this, am I? Oh, what is it? Huh? Was there something you wanted after all? Me? I'll have these then. She disappeared? What about your candy? What happened? Yeah, because the memories that they're getting muddled up, those memories aren't real. She never got to have those interactions with her grandmother, which is why they just stop and why they seem to break the fourth wall so much. So her mind's so skewed by what she wanted, but didn't understand. Which is why the Uta now is trying to interact with them, because even if she doesn't realise it, it's what she longs for. Or at least part of what she longs for, to be able to go back and change things and be able to have that kind of relationship with her grandmother that she never had the chance to have before. So context is a big thing. And if you've got this far and you're like, what the fuck, why is he spoiling it? It's not my first playthrough. I've literally got my blind playthrough on the channel, watch that. This is literally in the title, NG plus Death Wish. We're going through it again. The whole point of this playthrough is being able to apply the context now we know more, so I like bringing it up as we go to be able to make those comparisons to understand where things go. No good, eh? No, I won't give up. That's strange. She seemed so happy before. We shouldn't be able to have an effect on any of these visions. This world is supposed to be created from past memories. It may only seem like the visions are reacting to us.
Yes.
I think we should follow after that old lady. She seemed like she's important in all this. And there's already sunflowers lingering around, you can see them. It's already introducing them, giving you a feel for them before we actually get to the big ones later on. Did something? Komagawa, are you okay? You're bleeding! We have to call an ambulance! I've always loved you, Uta. That is it. That is the pain I live for! Uta, why don't we take a break? No, I just got a little dizzy. Let's keep going. Okay. Hasn't been like this for anyone else. Something is happening to Uta. Don't know if it's that good or bad. For now, the only thing we can do is move forward. Something's not right. It's like the world itself is falling apart. What's wrong, Al? Oh, it's nothing. Bad feeling about this. Oh, a post box. If you put a letter in this slot, I wonder if it would get delivered somewhere. There's no postal workers here, but this is Uta's heartscape, so maybe it will be delivered to her? To me? If anyone has a secret message for Uta, just pop it in this box. Al already thinking of it. I wonder if these are locked off, not because we're not a high enough rank, but because it's the first visit. And you can only start to unlock them once you do the return visit. Because like her mind is still so like warped and confused that even if you were rank 10 they wouldn't unlock yet. That kind of idea. Oh, perennial ice. Ow. Just drop a rat and basket for the regen boost. So we got that in the background, so we don't have to worry about it. We should be fine anyway, but still. These are just 3 basic enemies that's a mandatory encounter. It's not the end of the world.
ね力がゼクスマッとえいスマッとブオンえい
And this one is breaking a left and doing all of this. Got it. Oh, damn it. I was trying to see if I could sneak up on him. And this also kind of ends up sitting into, now that I think about it, the whole thing we were talking about earlier about Ao and Uta being outliers. Of all the girls, Uta is the only one to have 4, and of all the girls, Ao's the only one to have 1 in terms of zones. You go through 4 unique zones to make up the whole of Uta's Heartscape, and there's only 1 for Ao. Well then Grandma will just have to grow some. That being the sunflowers. Oh, it's another one of these creepy monsters. Since you said you liked them, Grandma will have to grow these sunflowers with extra love. It's not as simple as that though. Ugh. Look at all these pear trees. Do you think it'd be okay for us to pick some? I don't see a problem, as long as we have Uta's permission. No, I don't mind. Yay! Maybe I'll pick a few of us to bring back with us. Don't get too greedy now. Yeah, this is... we just can't do this now. Even though we're almost definitely a high enough rank, the game's like, no, you can't, because it's, Uta's mind is all over the place right now. Look at all the pears. Let's collect some. I'll peel them for you when we get home. I don't want any. Still no good. Pears, maybe something will happen if we collected all of them. Let's give it a try. Oh, that's what gets the truck to move. Maybe. Oh my, are you sure you can eat them all? Yeah, the truck's gone. The truck! Could there be something further in? Oh gee, enemy! No. Jeez, 1,221. Yeah, Hina's kicking ass now. Now she's got her mojo on, she's doing good. Sunflowers. Do you like them? I hate them. What? Isn't that right? No matter what happens in this world, I will not change. Uta? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. What's happening? Let's take a look around. This place is full of surprises. Just what is happening in Komagawa's memories. Oh, it looks like we might need a saw to break open into. Oh, I've got it's one of the the super mechanical sci-fi soldier dudes. So of course they're resistant to like everything. The most annoying thing about dealing with these enemies is the fact that they resist like life. They're determined to not die. Can we break this with a saw, or is this a talent level thing? Oh, okay, we can break it now. Nice. Sorry if you can hear background noise, there are people doing gardening outside. Every time I say that, I listen back on it and I usually can't, so it's not the end of the world, but I know the one time I don't mention it, it'll just be loud enough for something to be heard, to be audible. Well, gold silk, we can make some stuff. I saw we got some gold silk earlier as well. Oh, I didn't realize you were getting that low, Hina. So, my bad. Oh, there's a lot of items there as well. I assume my water while we're doing this. It's a matter of utmost importance to keep on surviving. I say that, I feel like I'm adjusting. It felt like we had like an entourage of like pure heat, like using that first zone. That was making me really feel it, but I feel slightly cooler now. It's not the end of the world. I was getting worried for a second how hot it was going to get.
そう。何かに使えそう。
I don't think there's anything down here right now. I think we have to like trigger a scene and come this way, but no harm in just clearing it out quickly.
当たって砕けろ。俺砕けちゃダメか。せい。やっ。私の番。よし、いつでも行け。ここ。やっ。私の番。大勝利。やったね。
Have you ever heard of the free freeze of survival before? What do you mean? That's kind of a vague wording. I'm not really sure what you even mean. Oh, so yeah, welcome back. Gold silk. Okay, we can definitely start building some stuff when we get back. I'll get to the third zone, unlock it, then we'll head back to start building stuff. Ouch, I hit my head. Hiyori. Let's be careful. Oh yeah, right, there's an optional boss back over here. Boss fights, we get the transformation sequence. I think that's one of the plus sides having these ones. They have, like, both Hina and Hiyori have pretty damn quick transformation sequences compared to some of the other characters. Especially Hiyori. Hiyori's is super quick. That might be way too soon. I was hoping that the attack would last longer. Survival handbooks. You can survive in 3 minutes without oxygen, 3 days without a drop of water, and 3 weeks without food. But those are your limits. Oh, yeah. Now you've explained them. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Nice, put the shield up. This guy's determined to like nuke us. Look at the damage it's doing. Ugh. Okay, that one wasn't too bad, I say that. The combo boosting is starting to work its magic, and everyone's gear levels are high enough for the stat boost. Oh my god, it really just wants to spam this, doesn't it? It's like, you will not get a combo. Put it on manual because it's time. Yeah, you can heal yourself all you want. You're dead in the next hit, my friend.
様
There's something here right now. It's something to interact with later. That's everything. So let's get back to that flag. Hina singing Solar Beam. Yeah. It's, hey, like, it's a sunny day, so it's 100% action. I don't have to I don't have to charge it up. We can just beam it. Let's go. That's like the only thing that always tends to catch me out in Pokemon. I always like forget that like some attacks that actually, you know, get better depending on the weather condition. Like, you know, thunder becomes 100% accurate in rain and things like that. And it's only when the enemy uses Rain Dance and then hits me with thunder. I'm like, what the fuck? How can you? Oh yeah, right. It doesn't miss. Oh, look, there's a sunny day and they have Solar Beam in their arsenal. Like they're gonna spam it because they can use it every turn. Oh, whoops, you're still a manual. God, the experience. 1500, oh damn. What I want is pain. What's the point in a world without people? Like, it's only when it costs 1,000, so I can hit twice. I was dead anyway. We've got so much golden silk. Okay, we're really going to be in business when we get back. Her heart is somewhere nobody can reach. But it's okay. One day someone will accept her for who she is. Yeah, we will. I will. Oh, you see the kid Uta standing behind her. Look. Aww. It's okay, Uta. We accept you. Alright, is this mini boss gonna get absolutely demolished by a 15 hitter, or is it going to accept it and like and leave the field sooner? So I think the only reason the other fight went on for so long is because of how many times I had to stop to charge up. To be fair, I could super. Hina's already at rank 5. I could super inflate if I wanted to. I could like super inflate that count just by doing this. Oh, that works out. Who's going into the 1v1? Oh, I think it's the first time you've had you in this 1v1. Oh, look at the cross sword she has. She looks like fucking Darth Maul. They tries that there's drought its ability, so putting solar beam on it shreds like water and rock types. Yeah, fair enough. Oh my god! Look at her go! Okay, that's a cool skill, Hiyori. That's kind of sick. Just go crazy, like do the windmill spins and then slash in, kick off. God, 3,000 experience points. I still can't believe they gave Charizard 2 goddamn megas. You didn't need either of them. This is just getting worse. The memories we've seen have been so chaotic. Uta, are you not going to visit Grandma this year? What I want is pain. What's the point of a world without people? The sunflowers are blooming so beautifully this year, aren't they? I don't want this! Give it back, this world is mine! These memories all over the place. I don't understand what's happening. Can't even tell if these all belong to Uta. What do we do, Al? I'm so close. I'm so close to understanding. Uta must be more confused than any of us. I'm supposed to be the leader. It's up to me to be stable. I have to lead. We're continuing on. Don't worry, Uta. You can do this. Just leave the fighting to us. I will. Thank you. Are you all with me? If you say so, Al. And that's why as soon as we go to this next zone, we're immediately leaving so I can build up and restock supplies. Whoa! No coming back from a fall like that! What is this place? Did you climb up a bunch of towers once or something? Which, like, well, I was the main antagonist of my own anime, Al. I guess it makes sense that I'd be on rooftops. I don't know. But I believe I've seen this all before. There must be from my past. Uta. These memories are not precious to you. You okay? There's another me in my head. Another you. She's me, but different. She's speaking to me directly in my mind. She's telling me this isn't who you are. I'm the real Uta. I'm so scared. I feel like I'm losing myself. Like I'm losing my mind. Uta. She's caught between two different identities. You'll be okay, Uta. Trust in yourself. Thank you, Al. Shadow Uta trying to trick her. Yeah, it's just Shadow Uta trying to take control again. Right, we'll check that out when we get to that. So we can't. There is some of it that's still kind of stable because that's that bit there. But let's return to the school. We got some stuff to make. Oh, Uta's rank 2. Oh, hello. Al, do you have a minute? Sure, what's up? You look a little gloomy. Did something happen? Not particularly, but there is something I wanted to speak with you about. Sure, I'm all ears. I hope I can help. Here seems like a good place to talk. Yes, I'm sure our legs would get tired if we stood up for the whole conversation. That's not exactly what I meant, but anyways, what was it you wanted to ask me? I'd like to get to know everyone better, but I'm not having much luck. Everyone is a little wary of Uta after learning about who she used to be. Seems like she's been worrying about it. Well, I felt a bit like an outsider when I first came here too. But after spending a bit more time with everyone, I felt like I fit right in before I knew it. I'm sure you'll be able to... I'm not sure why you are lying to me, Al. But I know you are lying. Lying, huh? I guess when you put it that way, maybe I am. You're the kind of person that can get along with anyone, Al. I'm different. That's why I said you were lying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. No, I was just surprised, that's all. So in other words, you think you'll never fit in? That's right, I believe it is impossible. Why do you think you're so different, Uta? I seem to have a hard time understanding others' feelings. I always manage to say the wrong thing. Perhaps it's because I only take people's words at face value. Uta, what exactly do you mean by say the wrong thing? Like what I said just before, when I hurt your feelings. I told you I'm fine! I shouldn't have said what I said anyways. More importantly, I don't think you're always saying the wrong thing, Uta. You do. You can't expect to always understand how other people feel. And besides, it made me really happy that you felt comfortable enough to tell me how you felt. Happy? That's very kind of you to say. That's why, if you just talk to everyone, they'll see how you feel, though that's not the real problem, is it, Uta? You are correct. I do not understand how are people able to understand others' feelings. You can't feel them or see them. You're right, emotions don't have a shape or anything. But even still, I think I understand how everybody feels. I've never really thought about it much until you mentioned it. That's why I understand why you feel confused. Even I can't read the room from time to time. But as for what you should do to understand people better, I don't really have a good answer. That's okay. Thank you for listening, Al. I thought that I was the only one who had this problem, and that because of that I was strange. I wonder if the past me did all those things because she was lonely. You're not that person anymore, Uta. Come on, we'll think of something together. Together? Why would you go so far for me? I guess because I want to be friends with you, Uta. Friends? With me? I'm not sure I understand. But I feel happy. I'll think about it some more, Uta. Oh, it's funny how it starts with like Al being the one that pushes, and then by the end of it, it's Uta that's the one that's pushing, because you know Uta ends up falling for Al so much. Right, we need some reinforced fiber and some burnable water, but we can make a handful of that because we got the gold silk. I think that's what we were missing. Yes, don't need that much. I'll make like 6. Alright, now we get to... Oh, it's another shack. Okay, and the space outfit. Let's make the space outfit first, because I think it counts as a small, so I might be able to find a home for it. Oh, there's a small space there. I didn't even notice. That works out. I can just put this here then. I never realized how hefty spacesuits are. Well, they are designed to be used in an environment that can't support human life. Compared to early designs, even this version is quite streamlined. I see. I didn't know you knew so much about space, Mio. I don't really. I just have a respect for the passion and history of humans striving to know the unknown. The unknown, huh? Hey, Mio, would you like to try the suit on before Hiyori? I think you should, since you seem so interested in it. I guess Mio doesn't want to wear this herself. Do we have an opposite for this? Because we've got status element in 30, but increases duration of what's on you by 15. Do we have something that like lowers infliction on you by a set percent? Try and mirror it out, sort of like the other ones. Not mirror it out, that was the wrong word. You know what I mean? Balance it out. And we have unlocked more dates, but let's build more stuff before we do that. Because of course we have unlocked more dates. Why wouldn't we? We've got the storage space. Like Hina, please. I'm looking at that and I'm just like, oh. It serves no purpose. It's just a giant chunk. Alright, and this stand can stand on its own over here, I guess.
なんか面白そう。
Well, that looks cool. Alright, are you satisfied? We've got satisfied your sweet tooth, Yuki? Wowee! This is exactly what I wanted. The apples are so shiny and red. They're cute too. They don't just look good, I made sure they taste good too. Really? I've never heard of I've never had a candy apple before. So exciting. Get ready, but first, let's get some pictures. Definitely. Oh, close. Yuki's nearly level 10. Starting to tick him off. Right, let's see what dates we can do now. Kokoro, Yuki, and Karara. Oh, and Mio. Oh, fine, I guess I'll hang out with Mio. I thought this would be Kokoro.
エスコートお願いね。
Have you had a chance to try on the spacesuit to be made? Huh? No, not yet. Then how about we go try it now? Whoa, this is close. I almost fell over. I feel like I should put something over my mouth to do her voice. Come on now, be careful. I knew you'd want to try it on. You don't get out of there that quick. Just throwing it out there. There's a hell of a... From what I've seen, they take like half an eternity to put on. That thing was not uncomfortable. So it was hard to move around. It was not comfortable, sorry. Hey, Mio, why do you think these they make these so difficult to move in?
それは
As I'm sure you know, space is not very conducive to human survival. So, to function in space, we need something airtight to protect us from extreme temperatures. This is currently the best solution. The best solution, huh? Still. It's so awkward. Astronauts must fall over all the time. Even in zero gravity. Maybe not. But then, what are those straps for? Those are important. They are there so you don't drift away from the ship. You'll be fine as long as you don't get them tangled up. Astronauts are amazing. Even so. If only we had technology like force fields, then we wouldn't even need spacesuits. If we had force fields, we could probably do anything. Oh, Mio, why are you looking at me like that? I was just thinking how nice it would be to have that kind of technology. Yeah, Al's mind immediately went into the gutter again. What's new there?
でも
There's something charming about a traditional spacesuit like this, though.
それ
Charming? You mean like retro? I guess you could call it retro. But I'd feel bad calling a spacesuit retro when they're still being used today. Ah, true, yikes, I guess I've been watching too much anime.
また誘ってちょうだいね。
Oh, come on, Mio. Come on, Mio. Ah, you're so nearly there.
いい感じね。
No, not the fields. The girl in front of the fields I want to talk to, please. Thank you. Hello, Kokoro.
行こっか。
The candy apple stand. Okay. Yeah, of course Kokoro has a sweet tooth. Come on. Why is she struggling to hold my... Let me stand still. Kokoro, what's going... There we go. I was like, what's going on, Kokoro? Why are you struggling to find yourself? It's because there's so many things around that she could interact with. It was messing with the AI. Don't you love candied apples? I always end up getting one at festivals. Yeah, there are plenty of other kinds of sweets, but I feel like candied apples are a classic. Maybe because they have a unique appearance. They do stand out when they're on display. Say, what's your favourite treat when it comes to festival booths, Al? I said cotton candy last time because chocolate-covered bananas doesn't sound nice at all. But I'm going to hear out the arguments. We will click chocolate-covered bananas, and we will see if it's even remotely redeemable. It's not too different from Candy's apples, but I'd go with chocolate-covered bananas. I like those too. Well, I'm glad you do, Kokoro. That reminds me, one time I was craving them so bad I tried to make some myself. I'm not too much for cook, but it's just bananas and chocolate, right? You'd think, turns out that the chocolate is really sensitive to temperature. I tried over and over and eventually got it right, but after that I thought I never wanted to see another chocolate banana again. Yeesh. The classics are always nice, but sometimes something a little different would be good too. What were you thinking? I always thought it was weird that you don't see more traditional sweets at festivals. You have a point. I've seen dango, though, and puffed rice. Do those count? Dango, maybe. Because dango is like, it's like a candy-esque thing on a stick, and it's like 3 balls of it. Like they're kind of standard. I see them in a lot of shows and a lot of things, especially in Japanese in origin-based shows and whatnot. I mean, heck, in Genshin, it's Raiden Shogun's favorite food. Puffed rice, does that count? I'm thinking more like sweet mochi and red bean cakes, like iconic Japanese sweets. Good idea. I bet they'd be popular if we served them with green tea. You sure like your sweets, don't you? You sure like sweets, don't you, Al? Of course. Can never have enough. You like them too, right? Sure, but I like all food in general. Yeah, us sugar addicts have got to stick together. What's that supposed to mean? I want to try all kinds of different sweets with you. You always look so happy when you eat, it's infectious. It's embarrassing when you say it like that. But I do enjoy eating as we walk, though, together. Did I say Shadow Alliance? It's such an over-dramatic name for let's be sweet-eating buddies. Right, where's Yuki? Where's our gremlin? Oh my, what's going on here? So everyone has lived in different places and went to different schools, correct? For the most part, yes. The only thing we have in common is that we were all reflectors. We really have nothing else in common. We all like snacking or something. So there's a possibility that we were gathered here due to our love for snacks? I highly doubt that. Kirara, where'd Yuki go? I guess we'll hang out with Kirara instead. That was a bit overdramatic, I read all that. Don't trust Uta. She'll act nice to fit in and then destroy us from the inside. Give it up, Kirara. Give it up, Kirara. By the way, what is the spacesuit looking thing outside? It's exactly what it looks like, a spacesuit. Want to check it out? Yes, actually I do. I'm planning to ask people to send in letters for the 2nd edition of Kirara's Radio Hour. The theme will be maybe people would enjoy it if I told jokes. Maybe. It'd take a lot of guts to write in though. Everybody will know exactly who wrote it. Yeah, as I said, at this point, they all know each other well enough that you'd probably be able to figure out who said what joke based on what the joke is. It's like, okay, that's that person's sense of humor easily. That sort of idea. I think every kid wants to be an astronaut when they grow up. But most people give up when they realize you have to be both brainy and sporty to do so. How tall are you, Al? Like, 157 centimeters? Apparently spacesuits can only be made in certain sizes, so your height is important as well. Yeah, of course you'd notice that, Kirara, considering you're 4'10". Oh, I think I read in a manga that it's hard for people under 150 centimeters to become astronauts. I'm 147. Choose your next words carefully. Just a little and cute. You may be taller, but I think you're cute as well. Huh? Thank you. You're quite welcome. She turned that around fast. Of course, I don't particularly want to become an astronaut. I'm fine with the way I am. What do you want to be? I don't know. I haven't given it much thought. You, Al? Cute loving housewife? Oh, I'll find out one day. I have no idea what I said last time. Oh, I know. A cute loving housewife. Really? Is that weird? Not at all. You have the cute part down. However, it just seems like it would be a waste. Really? I mean, I don't know if I'd be any good at any of that domestic stuff. Wait, I should be worrying about if I'll even be able to find a husband first. Or wife. Let's not pretend you're any... Let's not pretend, Al. It's like the biggest lie of this game is you thinking you're straight. I'll gladly take you if no one else will. So even Kirara knows. Even Kirara's like, look, I'll take you. Really? Thanks a bunch, Kirara. Ow, what do you think I should become? Emotional damage? Let's see. An author. What about an author? For what reason? Well, you know a lot, and you have a lot of life experience. I thought your experiences would make an interesting basis for a story. I do have some experience writing some fan fiction. What? Nothing. You said fan fiction, right? What do you mean, fan fiction? It seems the divine is calling me. I must take my leave. Hey, you can't use that as an excuse just when it's convenient. Imagine just being like, God said I should leave the conversation, bye. imagine just saying that. That's basically what Kirara just said. Right, Yuki, workroom. You, me, hanging out, let's go. Everyone being on edge is freaking me out. I just want to have fun. Yeah, I do too, Yuki. Let's go. Let's go to the candy apple stand. Doujin's fan art, right? And then, yeah, can do. A doujin, even. It's just how modest and respectable it can be to a casual audience, or whether it's very inappropriate for younger generations. It's like, what kind of fan artists are we dealing with here? Anyway. It's so hard. I feel like I'm gonna chip a tooth. It's because you're just chomping down on it. Try eating it a bit slower. You're supposed to kind of like almost go around the edge of them, aren't you? Not just bite down. But I want to get to the apple. There's no need to rush. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yeah, rock eyebrow raise. I know, but still. You're quite the big eater. I am a growing girl after all. No, you're not. I think you're 4'9" for the rest of your naturals, you poor thing. Isn't that what you said earlier about sleeping in all the time? Well, now that we've made this food stall, we've got to try and liven up the festival mood. You do like things lively, don't you? Well, yeah. It's better to have fun than be bored. That's so you, Yuki. You know it. Oh, there's something else as well. Yeah, what's up? We can't content ourselves with only making candy apples. That'd be such a waste. What do you mean? We should come up with some variations. Make other candy fruit. Like bananas? Ooh, yeah, good idea. Call it an evolution of the chocolate-covered banana. So this again. Well, let's just try dipping everything in candy. Anything covered in sugar is bound to be tasty. We probably shouldn't make more than we can eat. Yeah. You tried a lot of variations, but yeah, they didn't go as well as I expected. The candy was just too hot for some of the fruit. And let's not talk about the candy vegetables. That's Owl that said that. Let's not talk about the candy vegetables. Well, now we know. Candy apples are king. Seems like our predecessors did their research. What? When I look at you, I can't help but think, I said pat your head last time. How much I can learn from you. Learn? From me? Being able to have fun with anything is a skill in and of itself. I want to learn how you do that too. Took you long enough to realize that? Go ahead, call me a genius, I won't mind. Yeah, classic Yuki, ever so humble. Hey, full determination trophy unlocked, so it's Yuki rank 10.
いてくれる
Nice, so now it's just Kurara, Mio, and Besco, I think. Oh, and Hina. Hina, Kurara, Mio, and Besco. So there's 4 left. Okay. Sleep tonight and then need to make some food and then head out. And try and get the rest of Uta's Heartscape done before I wrap up. Before it gets any hotter. So there was a blast of it. When we was in that first area of Uta's, there's like a blast of heat went into my room. It suddenly got really hot all of a sudden. But it seems to have cooled right down. Well, cooled down as much as it can right now. So it's a bit more bearable. What do you usually do when you're on standby? Let me see. We clean, prepare meals, and take walks. Take naps. Oh, you seem to have more spare time than I would have expected. So it's just like, oh, I would have thought it'd all be all work, no play. Okay, how many? That's not enough. Is it the hand baskets? Is it the hand baskets again? Let me just check. Yeah, of course it is. Let me make some hand baskets. I need to favourite hand baskets, really. I need to just do that. Trying to scroll all the way down every time. I keep on just not like, oh, we won't need it that much more, and then we end up needing it much more. Do that, and then we can just... Alright, it's going to be costly, but let's make a lot of them. Right. I have no idea what bonus we were using before. I think this one. There we go. Okay, yeah, that was the one, because it stacks up as the same item. Now we've got plenty of them, we'll be fine. And let's check these new fragments, and then let's head out. Moderate exercise, increased likelihood of being targeted, of knocking a target down. That could be helpful. Decreased damage taken, decreased duration. Increase the damage of one-on-one finishes. Okay, they usually kill anyway, so that doesn't bother me. Party experience game, and it's a chunky one. We're not going to need those soon. We're getting to that point again. Increase attack, but only at part 5. Increases defense based on number of attached fragments. do that. Ooh, super cloudy and ominous.
どこに行こうかな。
Alright, Uta, time for your third and only for now final area. And then we have to come back way later. After, you know, the crazy story arc that is Chapter 8 and all of its brilliance. My favourite chapter in the game is next chapter, for goodness sake. We're so close. Right. Well, how am I journeying through this? I think it's just follow the path all the way along, hit that, and then go back on ourselves a little to explore this, and then go up. Because there's a boss in that little space there as well, so we have to like kind of double back as well. We'll figure it out. And probably not when we actually unlock Yuki, but after this dungeon, at some point, I will, you know, start considering wrapping up, just because it's I'd rather wrap up before, you know, like the hottest hour of the day if I can help it, so I can cool off. Whatever, that has nothing to do with me. You're gonna let me pass? Of course you're not. I want your item that you're guarding, Mr. Enemy. Oh, it's not one of these rock guys. Okay, I hope they're not as bad as the ones in Hina's, because they were vicious. As everyone gets their transformation sequence, because we've re-entered. Okay, nice. Now it's just this guy. Oh, they are magic girls. Yeah, they're reflectors. Their ring on their finger is what allows them to summon their weapons. And when you hit gear level 3, which is what you start as, they transform into their reflector costumes. It's very Sailor Moon, but I mean that in a good way. Well, obviously Sailor Moon's great, but you know what I mean. Like it's just got that kind of spirit to it. Each of the main 6 playable characters, because, you know, there's a whole, although there's 12 main characters in this game, 6 of them are playable, 6 of them are not. All of the 6 main do have their own, like, unique costume that they all transform to when you hit rank 3. They start at rank 2 because of all the bonuses and boosts I've got instead of starting at rank 1. So it doesn't take much for them to get the rank 3 and then transform. I've got it that the animation sequence will only play once per dungeon visit, so they just like snapped into it this time. So we get to see the animation every now and then, but it's not every single fight. And it will automatically play out the animation no matter what if it happens during a boss fight, because it's more significant. Can you, like... Where'd that enemy go? So can you go away, Mr. Enemy? Because we actually got glitched out in here on our first playthrough at one point, where an enemy, like, we landed, like, directly on an enemy, and it, like, nudged us through the ladder slightly. And so we had to actually warp out to get out of there. Ripping out weapons 10 times bigger than themselves is always a wonder to see in a not Magic Girl fan perspective. I hear ya, but I just take it for what it is. It was the same in the first game. The first game was even crazier with it. Like I said, the first game was more blatant with it, that it was very Sailor Moon inspired, but I just enjoy it. Even if you're not a part of those crowds, there's a reason why they always keep on doing well. There's a certain, well, magic, pardon the pun almost, to like Magic Girl animes and Magic Girl mangas. Oh, you resist that, and I just went all in on the attack. Oh well.
準備よしスーパーダーンいつでもいける
So, I just need to get rid of this enemy. I understand it, but I feel ya. Yeah, fair enough, dude. It's not for everyone. I just think, like, for me, as I've said it before, like, even as someone who isn't into, like, really into those stuff personally, this game's amazing. Like, this game, it doesn't matter if you're not into it. Like, this game has such phenomenal story and character writing. And it's the same with the first one. The first one just had more jank. But it doesn't, it ends up not mattering if you're into it or not into it or any of that stuff. It's so well done and well handled throughout the whole course of the game. The characters are insanely well written. The game is a very healthy length. My first playthrough being 72 hours long. There's a lot of unique environments. The combat's fun to do. Like, this game is super good and super addictive. And also the character writing, the fact that you can go on dates with the girls and like get closer to them, and it leads to unique scenes and unique moments with it. The fact that there's like this game has great LGBTQ plus representation because there's a canonical gay relationship in this game, and they don't, you know, oversell it or underplay it or anything. It's literally just treated as normal as any other relationship ever. It's just two girls that happen to love each other, and the game just leaves it at that, you know? They make it feel natural instead of, you know, oh my god, look at these two in particular. You know, they don't do that to almost end up giving the positive discrimination thing of like positive separation. It's like you oversell it so much you're still treating them as different whether you meant to or not. They don't do that in this game. They treat it completely naturally. I want to... There's probably loot down in there, so I want to get around to it. And you have to come this way, because this sneak's literally staring at the rope. So as of non-stop, I hope it's healthy. I think it's really good. I probably could have done it a lot quicker, but I really took my time appreciating every detail on my first run. And the fact that there's a unique ending and a bunch of unique scenes only on the New Game Plus... Well, the true ending is in New Game Plus. You have to beat the game a second time to get it in the first place. I ended up talking to chat about it a bunch beforehand, and everyone was really on board with the idea of me going through the game again. Just to mix it up, I'm playing it on a harder difficulty, but yeah, we're in NG Plus doing the second playthrough, and I'm still loving every second of it. But it's like, because I've been doing everything, like I've been going through every single possible date interaction I can for like character details. I've been appreciating and studying like every dungeon we've gone through. Like, I seriously took my time. You could probably do it in like 50 hours, like a more like casual pace, like if you're not going for everything. But it's a really good fit. Like, still, even if you do it in 50 hours, it's a really strong 50 hours of character writing, character moments, good combat and level design, good variety of options. Each character brings their own thing to the table that make the gameplay more unique for them. The game's just great. I can't recommend this game enough. It's currently like my game of the year. And I say that knowing, you know, that I platinumed Elden Ring. I genuinely adore this game for just constantly keeping me engaged and having such phenomenal character and story writing. The story gets a little confusing near the end, I'll admit. Like, there's some parts of it that, like, even in the chat we were kind of saying, okay, so does that mean this, or does that have to... But it's still cool. I'd have become an astronaut if I had the percentage of dedication passion that you have. To be fair, I'm like this with any game. If like video games are such a significant piece of my life and always have been. Like, there's so much of my life that's the centerpiece of, you know, video games sort of thing, that I always have a passion for the arts because I have an appreciation for how much it's done for me in my life. And so I will just appreciate the finer details. I will look into like development history of how things are made. It's why I love passion project games so much and try and give them so much time, or games that do things different. And why I tend to not really care for a lot of... Not to like put them all onto the same banner, because there are a number of them that are good. But a lot of modern Western games I kind of put on... I end up kind of not caring for much because I know they're not made with passion and love as much anymore. They're made because of contracts and stock impressions and demands that they have to, and it's not the same, and you can feel it. Like, the only like real big Western game that I'm looking forward to this year is Callisto Protocol, because I like Dead Space. And like that's kind of it for this year. Like there's a couple in like the future, like later years that like on the horizon that I'm kind of interested in. Like that Splinter Cell remake that's supposed to be happening. Like I am looking forward to that Splinter Cell remake, even if it is, you know, modern Ubisoft, so I'm expecting them to taint it a little. But it's like good indie games or like good Eastern games, all of them don't care for those Western rules. I call it like the Western rule book of games that have to like follow a set rule or set pattern, and it's what ends up making them not that interesting to me personally. Whilst the Eastern and indie games, they don't care for that rule book, so do their own thing, and you get more love and creativity again. And as someone who was born in '99, the most predominant era of gaming I grew up in was the PlayStation 2. And the PlayStation 2 was a goddamn goldmine for creativity. So was the PS1, to be fair. And so of course I'm like this with games, even still to this day, because my perspective is that era of games. It was that era where there was so many wild cards in the industry, so many games that were so radically different from the norm that you just wouldn't make nowadays because they're so different. You know, like games like Okami or God Hand. Those games are so different to like, well, anything else that was on the market at the time, even if there were still inspirations. Like God Hand still had some very like combo-y Devil May Cry-esque inspirations in it, but was still its own beast. And Okami was very much Legend of Zelda, but with a Japanese inspiration and wolf, but was still very much its own thing, you know? You don't really get that as much nowadays outside of indies and Eastern properties. So I say that both of the two examples I made are Eastern properties now that I think about it, but you know what I mean. Oh, the writing around here looks really creepy. We've seen many an incomprehensive thing at the Heartscape, but Uta's is a step above the rest. Your Heartscape was pretty incredible too, Kokoro. Yours as well, Hinako. You made a statue of yourself in the middle of your Heartscape. Don't remind me! So in the end, we are all quite similar. I always wanted to try breaking in somewhere through a window, just like in the movies. Don't hurt yourself! Oh, we have to climb this. Okay, there's no mechanism to grab. We just have to climb. It's okay, Al. Use that upper body strength of yours. Your insane upper body strength that, you know, this 18 to 19-year-old girl just has. As we get into more of the troubled memories that Uta bears and fails to understand. Because we're actually at that point now. The memories being so scatterbrained are going to start overwhelming Uta soon. We're going to get kicked out of this dungeon for it. I told you. I don't care. Yeah, that's the last scattered memory, because when we return, we actually get more context for all those little lines, leading us ultimately to the sunflower field. Alright, Uta. You are not the real me. That's my voice. Huh? You like horror games? I do, but they don't impress me as much as they used to. So I grew up with Silent Hills and eventually Dead Space. So my perspective is kind of skewed to, you know, gold mines. You know, like, so my opinion is skewed, but so it's like I used to like the horror games like Amnesia and you know, Outlast, but after a while I got tired of the horror games where you can't fight back, where you can only run away. I think the best horror games, the ones that genuinely are the scariest, is when you have to fight back. Like Silent Hill 1 through 4, like Dead Space 1 and 2, you know? Where, like, you know, that horror is coming right fucking for you. You need to deal with it now. And that's that kind of adrenaline of, oh, and you freak out and then you get caught and you get killed by something that you could have dealt with. Like, that's the kind of horror I like. Or that I kind of lean on. So I don't mind it. I don't mind, like, the other horrors. Like, I do like Outlast. I played it and beat it. And I've done it a couple times. And, you know, I did like what I played of Amnesia before I kind of got a bit bored of it about halfway through. But then that almost proves my point of what I'm talking about. The fact that, you know, Amnesia is considered, like, grandiose goldmine of the horror industry. I got bored of it about halfway through and stopped. You know? Like, if that isn't proof enough of what kind of, like, of what you need to do to get me scared in a horror game, I don't know what else does. Because I just got tired of the you can only ever hide and evade kind of mentality that the game had. And because it's not the longest, but it's a big enough game, I kind of just went, eh. Had the opportunity to play any big horror games, seemed very interesting indeed. If the idea of, like, horrific things coming straight at you and it being a bit too much, like, might be too much for you, There are more story-driven horrors like Until Dawn that might be a better pick for you. In fact, Until Dawn's probably the best example because that is super horror, but it's campy horror. Like, it's got a very 80s feel to it, and it's very story-driven. In fact, most of the game you're interacting with things in the environment and not like fighting enemies in specific ways or doing specific things. It's very story-driven horror that very much has you more watching a film than playing the game. So it's a good introductory to kind of get a feel for things to see if you're comfortable with it. If you reach the end of it and you're still kind of excited and kind of on edge and you want more, then start experimenting and try ones that are more engaging. Like I said, Outlast and Amnesia, as much as I was just dogging on them, Outlast 1 in particular, that game's not long. That game's only like 4 to 6 hours long. Yet it's a great horror game for introducing you to a lot of things and getting you comfortable and familiar with how some things in the horror industry works. And, you know, it's one of those horror games where you can't fight back. So anytime you see a threat, your only priority is figuring out how to get out of there and hide. You don't have any weapons. And because there's 4 difficulty settings in the game, you can find what difficulty best suits you. So, you know, it becomes more natural, more comfortable for you, with easier difficulties giving you more checkpoints and making it so the enemies can't just kill you instantly. They take more hits to put you down. Whilst later difficulties give you less checkpoints and they can kill you very quick. I think like basic enemies on the hardest difficulty can put you down in 2 hits. And then once you get into them, that's when you like I say, yeah, like the whole Resident Evil series is a good introductory point as well, because they've all got not a lighter heart, but lighter feel as a whole to them here and there. Every single Resident Evil, mainline Resident Evil, has an optimistic ending. You know, they don't do like the oh, it's a horror game, the main character dies anyway, any of that stuff. They don't really do that. They tend to have it, you saved the day, or you managed to survive and your friends made it too, that kind of feel. They try to always have kind of an upbeat feel to them and their endings, which can make the horror you survive feel more rewarding, because you actually feel like you see the heroes overcome things. Your wisdom about games made me realise. It's just because I've been playing games since I was like 3 years old, dude. I'm a 23-year-old dude. Like, you know, I'm a 23-year-old man. I've been in the industry my entire life. I've been involved in the industry my entire life. So I have things I like sharing. I have knowledge I like sharing. But it's like with Resident Evil's a good thing to jump into. Like, Resident Evil 4 is still, like, so goddamn good. Like, there's a reason why they're remaking 4 before they remake Code Veronica. It's because 4 is still, like, the quintessential third-person shooter as a motorbike passes my window. But it's like, Resident Evil super accessible. RE2 remake, RE3 remake, both of them are phenomenal for good, like, I think would be great starting points for horror, especially because 2 remake lets you pick between 2 characters, between Leon and Claire. And they both have slightly skewed campaigns with different challenges. Like, Claire's has got more puzzles, whilst Leon's got more action. Or, like, you know, Resident Evil 7 and Resi 8 Village, both of them are really strong first-person horrors with different feels to them. Or heck, if you've got a buddy, 5 and 6 are both co-op. Because that 5 and 6 was, you know, during that era in the 2010s where, like, every game wanted to do co-op. Same, like, with, like, Dead Space 3, which I really didn't like Dead Space 3 for the record, but whatever. But it's like RE5 and 6 are both co-op, so if you want that kind of comfort, you could get a buddy in and you could scream together. And then it's only if you're really, really prepared for it, you entertain Silent Hill 1 through 4. But you got to understand that Silent Hill is a very different beast because they're psychological horrors. They're not about scaring you at face value, they're about putting things in the back of your head. And so there's a lot of moments in Silent Hill where you're like, oh, that isn't that scary, and then you're wondering why you can't sleep that night. You know, like there's like you got on some, like, there's a reason why my opinion on horror games and why I see some like big blockbuster horrors that people love as not that interesting is because I grew up with Silent fucking Hill. I grew up with Silent Hill 1 on the PS1. I grew up with 2 and 3 on the PS2 and 4 for the record on the PS2. Even though I wasn't as keen on 4 as the other 3, it was still the Room's still pretty good. And if you do decide to get into Silent Hill, I can't stress enough, try and get the PS2 original versions. Don't get the HD remasters on PS3, because the remasters got a lot of things wrong. Like, a lot of the fog was removed, which was deliberate to obscure your view to make it harder to find your way around. So the fact that got mostly removed kind of ended up hurting the horror. They entirely replaced the voice cast for 2 and replaced them with, like, Hollywood faces, like Troy Baker's in it, things like that. Which is like, it ended up taking away from it because the awkwardness of the delivery in the original added to it, because none of the characters sounded comfortable because of how awkward some of the voice acting was. whilst in the PS3 remaster of Silent Hill 2, it just sounds like the standard voices. It's just the Troy Bakers, it's just the Tara. I don't know if Tara Strong's in it, but you know what I mean. It's those kind of voices, and it ended up just dragging it down. And it's the same with Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 has the exact same problems. So if you can get the originals, I mean, like, you can technically get away with Shattered Memories. Like, Shattered Memories is a reimagining of the original Silent Hill, and that's on the Wii, so that might be slightly easier to track down and get nowadays than hunting down the PS1 copy of Silent Hill 1, Because, like, some PS1 games have got very expensive and rare. I've had my PS1 copy for eons, so it doesn't affect me, but I know for some that might be difficult. So Shattered Memories is a good alternative, but for 2, 3, and 4, there really isn't a good alternative, other than getting the originals on PS2. Unless you're, like, prepared to, like, mod them into what they should be on, like, PC and whatnot. Because there was a project, I know for... I think it was 2. I think it was Silent Hill 2, where there was like a big mod project where like a bunch of modders got together to kind of fix the remaster to make it more like the original. It might have been 3, but I think it was 2. But yeah, there's your giant door, and if you end up liking them, like I said, there's Dead Space 1 and 2 on PS3 and 360, which are still amazing. They've aged really well. It's a shame about Dead Space 3, but EA be EA, they have to ruin everything. Which is why I'm excited for Callisto Protocol, because that was made by the old Dead Space devs after they abandoned ship with EA. So it's going to hopefully be the Dead Space 3 we never truly got. The real Dead Space 3. Which is why I'm excited for it when that drops in December. And that's kind of it. After that point, it's take your pick. Like, there's a whole bunch of it. You'll find your niche. There are more Japanesey ones, like Fatal Frame. There are, or Doki Doki Literature Club. Like, there are more out there and aggressive ones, like Agony, even though I didn't really like Agony as a game. There are, like, there's ones that have got set themings, like some are more gothic. There are some that are more hellish. Like, you'll find your niche. Once your foot's in the door, if you end up liking it, that's assuming you even like it, you might sit there and go, nah, that's not for me, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, but if you end up liking it, the door's open. The horror community is very welcoming. You'll find very quickly. They always love bringing in new people, and they will always help you recommend new things. There's a whole shit ton of horror games that I've been recommended to that I still haven't had the time to really entertain or sit down for, that I'd like to at some point. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. Let's watch Uta struggle to fight against her past demonic sadistic self. Uta? Never once have I felt sympathy when asked to put myself in another's place. Treat others kindly. Be considerate. Think about how they would feel. You should be happy to visit your grandmother. Don't you ever ask why? You understand, don't you? You and me, after all. Come on, remember. That person who helps with the cooking, who walks with her friends around campus. I was never so soft. I am not like the others. I was broken from the very beginning. I have no emotions. Why don't we go back to the way we were? Back to our exciting, crazy, colourful life? Remember, that day changed us forever. That day we were attacked. Ow. Uta? Oh, no, wait, a slasher. Your leg's cut. There's so much blood. I gotta call the police. I'm alive. Uta? Why are you laughing? It hurts. It actually hurts. There's something wrong with me. I'm alive. I'm a real living human being. Everybody be careful. Something's happening. Yeah, time to book it because it's too much for Uta's brain to handle. Yeah, connection failed. Yeah, Uta's background is essentially she can't feel emotions, can't feel empathy, and can't notice expressions. She has no ability to do it. So she started to believe she was broken. Eventually, she felt an instance of pain, when her leg was slashed, and realized that was the only thing she could feel, which slowly led to her becoming obsessed with it, which led to her becoming sadistic. The idea, because she started to believe, not having any ability to understand other people's emotions or empathy or anything, she started to believe the only thing anyone could truly feel was pain, and she believed it wholeheartedly. But when you end up in the Oasis, where all these characters are, you lose your memories. So Uta was just a normal girl again, and it's her having to face her past and accept her new self, which is why it's affecting her so much. It's why it's hitting her so hard, because she's realizing that she's not a normal girl at all. Her memories are of a psychopath that deliberately went out of their way to hurt others and herself. And Uta can't comprehend that. She knows she can't understand emotion, empathy, and expressions. But it's a whole nother level to try and accept that at some point you've done some really morbid, terrifying shit, And she just can't process it right now. Which is why her own heartscape, this realm made of her own memories, literally rejects her. We're about to get kicked out of this dungeon. Because Uta's own brain can't accept what's going on, so the dungeon built off her memories rejects us all. What's happening? Failed? What is... This is bad. If she's going to hurt us, I'll have to... Uta! And that's why everyone's also so cautious of Uta. You see, the moment there was trouble, Reina pulled out a weapon and got ready to fight, because they're so cautious that Uta, if she gets her memories back, could become that sadistic monster again. Oh, we need to get out of here! Let's hurry back to the school for now. Right. Grab on, ready? Alright. Everyone hurry. But then Uta, just gonna jump the gun a little, if you haven't seen this game before, Uta's story arc's about to get benched, because another story arc that had been teased since chapter 4 is about to take center stage. So we've got a big boss fight coming up, but then after that, like, we're going to be leaning into another story arc that's chapter 8, and my favourite chapter of the game. Anyway, is everyone okay? Yeah. Ow. We heard a huge noise. Are you guys alright? Hiyori, what's happened in there? Mio, well... Stop. Look. We've got a major boss we need to deal with. Something's about to come through that crack. No. The disturbance of emotion seems to have destabilized the world. This is bad. The sky! It's cracking. And then it's going to hit Owl, because Owl's the one that pushed. Yep. Owl was the one that pushed that we should try and get Uta's memories back. And because she pushed, all this happened. And now we're in danger again because the sky just broke open. And so it starts weighing on Owl. Fuck, am I actually fit to be a leader? And so we have to do this arc with Owl. Is this my fault? Is this because I insisted we help Uta regain her memories? Alright, time to go fight this biblically accurate angel. That's... Ah! It's going to destroy this world. Ow! Ow, please! No, snap out of it. Now is not the time to get down. I won't give up. I have to keep my chin up. Listen, I know things are crazy right now, and it's partly my fault. But please help me fight. Help me protect this world. Ow. That's right. If we don't do something, Oasis is done for. We have to fight. If we don't, we die. Isn't that right, everyone? Now's not the time to think about who's right and who's wrong. We can worry about all that later. So for now, we don't have a choice. So let's do this. Alright, let's see how this fight is on Death Wish difficulty. With this great music again. Especially because I'm not using my main two. Having Kokoro and Shio off the team just because I used them all for my first playthrough it makes so much of this so awkward and terrifying. The Tower of Friendship! Yeah, exactly. What have we got that might be helpful? Ether speed up. Have you got any attack boosts other than the energy drink? Kinda, but the energy drink's the best bet. So you apply that to our glass cannon. There you are. Have Hina transform. Wait, I want to see what it does. Okay, it's just doing a normal attack. If it's charging up something, then I need to halt. Increases crit damage, guaranteed crit when the target is inflicted with a status. Okay, let's do this. You, burn that to get some quick damage in, and I will have Reina on the bench prepare some food for us. We've got some healing ready to go. Alright, Al, trying to show us your goth phase again. Thank you, and that also gave us regen. Oh, and good timing because it's doing a charge up. Okay. Now that should be good timing. Yeah, got it. Okay, the attack's just called End. Ooh. Okay, that wasn't too bad damage-wise. But I want to set up another shield as soon as possible. That. Yeah, so that shield lingers, so we don't have to worry about it next time. 3,000, damn. Let's go for that because it lowers its slash resistance. So we might be able to get more damage out of it beyond that. Never mind, we're doing a 1v1. Let's see if we can get rid of all of its attacking arms first. Gotcha. Okay, now we can just go all in. Nice, I think it's dead. Okay, that really wasn't too bad. I know we're kind of over-leveled slightly, but that really wasn't too bad. Now we found our... It feels like once we found our mojo, like the first chapter of Death Wish was evil, but once we found our mojo, it's progressively got slightly more manageable as it's gone on. Because I am also aware we're level 45, and this boss is supposed to be at level 38. So I am aware we're over-leveled as well. Which makes me curious about endgame, where everything is at the level cap. How that's going to be. Everyone, okay? It's like everyone's knackered, or hurt, or, you know, struggling. And this has only happened because Al pushed, and so it's going to weigh on her miraculously. It's gone. Will Oasis be okay? The enemy was eliminated before causing fatal damage, so yes, it should be okay for now. But I believe it shortens its lifespan. Oh no. What about Lime? Is Lime okay? She is. We wouldn't be alive now if she wasn't. Thank goodness. We made it. Is it right for us to feel this happy in a situation like this? This is all my fault. If It's not your fault, Al. No one could have seen this coming. She's right. We never could have known everything would get so out of hand. I thought that this would be for the best too. I'm just as responsible for this as you are. But I was the one to make the final decision. I'm our leader. It was my call. Ao, calm down. You may be the leader, but it doesn't mean we hold you accountable for everything we do. Just try not to cry, listen to her. Let's take some time to rest. We won't be getting anywhere like this. We can think about what to do next after. We should rest today. I'll be in the classroom. Yeah, let's do the... Wait, hang on. We need to check. Because because after this, Owl's going to have enough self-doubt she'll want to confide in someone. And who you confide in gets a huge talent boost. So everyone except Uta, because Uta's resting after that insanity, as someone we have to consider picking. Mio is 9 points away, so that'd be a complete waste because you get like 20. Kirara would just barely max out. Hina's a little off. And I think everyone else is maxed out. This is because Uta's off limits, unfortunately. So I think we're gonna go with either Kirara or Hina. Al definitely a certified harem protagonist. Oh, you don't know the half of it, my dude. You don't know the half of it. Most of the dates, like Al tries to pretend she's straight, and then she really like bluntly flirts with some of the girls to such an extent that when they start flirting back, she gets all blushy and like cutie about it. Like she doesn't like it's a thing. And if you reach, I don't know about the other girls because on my blind playthrough we only maxed out Uta because she's my favorite character. But at the end, Uta straight up confessed her love for Al. You know? So it's like there is like an actual harem-esque side to it. The only two you can't date are Reina and Yuki because those two are with each other. Al, are you even listening? Well, they're about to be with each other because Reina has her memories back, but Yuki doesn't have hers. Or at least some of hers. Get a hold of yourself. We need our leader's opinion. Well, what do you think? Yeah, how about it, leader? You know, I don't know if I should be her leader. Then, who are you? I loved how they do the color in the characters' eyes depending on how they feel. With how like they get to become like more dark and vigilant when something scares them or something. It's still dark outside. I feel tired, so why can't I sleep? Ugh, my head. I should go get some air. Has this happened before? I better not wake anyone. And then the most comforting, cozy, like normal hub world track in the game continues to play even when Al's like in this heavy moment. The shirt button's like a second away from flying off. I don't think it's that bad. It's not as bad as some games. As I said, this game's actually, compared to the first Blue Reflection, this game's very toned down of its fan serviciness. The first game was fucking the first game. The first game was very fan servicey at points. Like if it rained, the character's clothes became see-through, things like that. Like it was super, like obtuse. Whilst this game toned it down enough to it even has a lower age rating than the first. The first game's age rated 16 in the UK, whilst this is a 12. It's effectively gone from a mature to a teen. For like US rating comparison. Had a bad dream. Well, Yuzu. So I was having a sip of my water. Yeah, pretty much. I was so happy when everyone said they wanted me to be the leader. It was the first time I was something more than ordinary. I thought I would always be a nobody. But then all of a sudden, I was in a position where I could make things happen. Everyone had expectations of me. So I wanted to do everything I could to help everyone. But have I done enough? There has to be more than I can do. The more I thought about it, the more I worried. What can I do quickly became I have to do something. And this is the result. I put everyone in danger. I don't know what I'm going to say to everyone. Ow. You need to work through your feelings with someone. Work through them, but with who? Anybody. I'm sure everyone would be willing to listen. Speak with whomever you feel comfortable confiding in. Someone I feel comfortable with. Alright, I'll do that first thing tomorrow. And now the game puts a choice in front of you. Pick any of the girls other than Uta because she's resting in the nurse's office. Any of the girls to talk to. It's between Hina and Kirara because Mio's so close to rank 10 that it'd be a waste of points. Let me check the talents actually. Let's actually check what's on the talent boards for these characters. Oh, Kirara has like none. It'd probably be better to go with her. She has like no spare points. And she doesn't have much she needs to learn either. It was like 35, because that'll probably be a 5-pointer, so 35 points. Whilst Hina So that's 5 potentially. That'll be 7. That'll be another 5. So 10, 17. That's an attack skill, so that can be anything. They could be anything. Another set. Yeah, okay, Hina. Hina has 42 points, sure, but there's also a lot she needs. Because that would be another 5, another 5. Those two could be like, those could be like another 6 each. I think no matter what, there's going to be points left over for these two, because if we've still got so much of the game left. Like I said, we're in chapter 7 still, technically, in a game that's got 11 chapters, so there's still a lot of time left. I'm just going to run out and about and see who I see first between those two. That'll be my decision making, because I don't know whereabouts they are. There's Reina. There's Kokoro. Who's indoors? Yuki. There's 2 people in the workroom. Who's in the workroom? Shio and Kirara. Okay, we're hanging out with Kirara, since we saw her first. Should I talk with Kirara? You're gonna make this selection once, is that okay? So I did watch all of these selections on the first playthrough, which is why I'm just gonna pick one and move on. So I scrolled through all of them, and like literally I'd load the save, watch the next one, load the save, watch the next one. Hey, Kirara. Ow, something on your mind? Could I talk to you about something? I know you grew up in some pretty particular circumstances. Did you ever feel pressure? I've never been in a situation like this before. I have no idea what to do. Pressure, is it? I can't say I've never felt any. All that pressure, how did you deal with it? I don't think I really did deal with it. You didn't? Even now, I continue to wonder why I was given this power. Why am I here? What is my purpose? There are so many questions that I simply don't have an answer for. I can hear the voice of the divine, and yet I cannot hear what my own heart tells me, though maybe that is what it means to be human. Besides, I can't even fight in this world. My case may be a little different from yours, but I think about why I'm here sometimes too. What can I do? How can I be of help to everyone? Don't say that. You're helping us just by being here. There's so much we learned thanks to you. I could say as much the same about you. Huh? There are so many things my throat. I was able to do because you are here with me. You just think too much. Relax. Take it easy. Everything will be alright. Never change, Kirara, since I've still got a lot to learn from you. Yeah, you do indeed. Alright, don't act smug, Kirara. The feeling free fragment. And a trophy unlocked, my own strengths. Yeah, for maxing out Kirara's talent level. Yep, you haven't even seen the bar come up yet, but the trophy already popped. It's like, yeah, of course you fucking maxed out a talent level after that. Of course you did. Because it gives you like 20 points. You see. I've had it all wrong. I always thought that leaders had to stand alone. That they had to forge a new path themselves, never relying on others, never looking behind. But I was wrong. Maybe some people can handle doing all that, but I'm not one of them. I'm not a special person, but one thing is clearer to me now more than ever. I love this team. I love everyone that I've met here in this world. I don't want to lose all the precious bonds we made. That's why I'll do whatever I can. I've made up my mind. I have to tell the others about how I feel. How, you want to tell us something? I'm sorry! It's my fault that we're in this mess. And I let myself get down the dumps about it. Well, I think we owe you an apology too. You do? Yeah, we let you take all the responsibility as leader. If Ao hadn't been there, we may have never beaten that thing in the first place. Agreed. We were all so panicked about the crack we couldn't do anything. You were the only one of us who had her head on straight then. It's thanks to your ability to face the future that we're all alive at all. You guys.
じゃあ
I guess we all have something to feel bad about, huh? Yes, and now we can find a way to fix this together.
幸いな
The most important thing is that we are all still here.
生きている
As long as we live, there's always a chance. We aren't out of options yet.
そうだよ
Exactly. We've gotten this far together. We'll figure it out one way or another.
私も
I'm not giving up yet. If another big demon shows up, all we gotta do is beat him.
不安があるの
And
に
if you ever have a problem, tell us. We'll solve it together. Yeah,
ようやく青
that's the owl we all know and love.
私
I
今までの
don't know if I've ever felt so loved.
何にも
I used to think that I had nothing,
でも
but things couldn't be more different now.
こんな
I have so much. I almost feel like I don't deserve it. And speaking of love, we're about to enter chapter 8, which is all about just the troubles of love. There's a nice like tie-in to that. But even those two little nitwits are grinning at each other. I'm so lucky to have such great friends.
私は
I'm
特
not 別じゃない special, but what is special are the bonds that we made together.
私
I don't want to lose what we have here. Let's protect this world together.
私た
As
ち
long as we're together, there's nothing we can't do. Jesus, I just fired straight up to 10. And then suddenly we get the quest Mageddon, and we need to go check up on Uta. I'm going to accept all these quests and go through the talents, and then I'm going to be wrapping up, because we've been going now for just under 5 hours, and it is a very hot summer's day, and I kind of want to actually enjoy some of that summer's day. So we'll do this, and then I'll wrap up. Al, do you like temple festivals? Yeah, I do. Why? Last night I had a dream that reminded me a long time ago. My mum, Mio, and I went to a festival together. The three of us had only gone to one together once, but it was the best. So should we have a festival here? Could we? Yeah, everyone would love it. Summer means festivals after all. Oh, yay. What kind of stand should we have? There are all kinds of summer festivals. Oh, we got to go goldfish scooping stands. Alright, it's decided. I can't wait to see when it's done. Mio has 2. Elle, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What's up, Mio? We don't know how long we'll have to live here, but you see, that would mean, by the time Hiyori may have forgotten everything she learned in school. That's why I've been thinking about teaching her. Do you know if there are any materials I'll be able to use? Teaching her? I have no clue about any of that kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be something complex. You should just experiment around in this world or something. Experiments actually sounds like fun. I'll try looking at something that might be of use to you. And she also has remembering the recipe. Can I bother you for a minute? What's up? You see, there's this recipe I'd like to make, but I'm having some trouble. You sure I'm the one that asked? Cooking really isn't my strong suit. I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. It's a dish I used to cook for Hiyori a long time ago. I can't remember the recipe. No matter how many times I try, I can't seem to recreate the taste. An old recipe, huh? You and the others have found memory shards in various hardscapes, right? I was wondering if anyone may have found anything that could give me a hint. Have you seen anything? Not on my head. Why don't we take a look at your hardscape together then? Together, but I don't know how to fight. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Well, if you're sure, though I'm a little worried. Suspicious presence. Ow, I have a favour to ask. Okay, fuck, everyone wants me. It's not often I hear any of you else for anything, Karara. What is it? I sense a strange energy coming from the hardscapes. I think something terrible may be happening. Seriously, is it really that bad? I'd like to go and take a look, but since I am unable to fight, don't worry, you can leave it to me. I knew I could count on you. How? I have a favour to ask. A favour from Shio. I'd be happy to help with all your food tasting needs. I'm sorry, but today's request is a little different. I actually wanted to help some gathering ingredients. Sure, but why? It seems that's pretty serious. I'm sure you know by now that I'm not very athletic. The truth is I'm scared of fighting. You're amazing at fighting. Yeah, she is. She's like the most broken character in the game. I would never have guessed that you'd felt like that. I am. I hit it. I was going to set a good example because I'm older than you, but I'm scared to go collect materials alone. Shio, it's okay. I'm no good at physical stuff either. We'll go together. Think of it as training. Thank you. Ushizaki, there's actually something I wanted to ask you. It's pretty rare. What is it, Reina? Yeah, that enemy we fought. It was so powerful we barely pulled through. Oh, yeah, that was tough. It made me realize that I have far to go in my own training. I'd like to focus on defeating as many demons as possible to polish my battle skills. Something tells me you won't be satisfied with just a couple demons. What good is training if it isn't difficult? but I do want someone with me. You never know what may happen out there. If that's the case, I'm your girl. We can beat up demons until there aren't any left to beat up. Okay, and that one's the storage one. Oh, jeez. Okay, how many requests have we got now? Okay, defeat 8 of them, defeat 5 of them, defeat 5 of them, get some acidic water, do a stealth mission, and then still build these. But those two are on the way because we need an item. I think it's in Yuki's Heartscape anyway, which we haven't got access to yet. And talents. Who has got their okay. Extra defense. Extra E for speed. Yes, please. Absolutely. I think that put her to 190. So I think she was on 170 before. Afflicted ailment duration. Damage taken. The other character that's super OP that I'm not using on this run through because she's a glass cannon. Ooh, extra attack. That's kind of good. Not that you need it considering you're the tank. Extra health. Damage. Ooh, no, you have more fragment slots. Oh, and yeah, you need the defense boost. Every little extra piece of defense is great for you. And you, now we can just afford more shit. Okay, so she's nearly done. Another fragment slot, that's great. I'll figure that out off screen. My god, look at her attack. 461 now. Oh. And Uta, that's it. Okay. And we do have some fragments. New fragments. Let's check them out, and then I will call it. Tomorrow won't be more Blue Reflection. So tomorrow will be Klonoa 2. I wanted to just do like this in between. So tomorrow will be Klonoa 2. Tuesday is the Genshin update, so we'll be doing a stream on that. So it will be, I usually take Wednesday off, so probably Thursday we'll be coming back and doing more Blue Reflection after this stream. Increase defense based on talent level. But then we'll be coming back to go straight into, you know, my favourite chapter of the game, Chapter 8, Yuki's chapter. It's such a fun, heartfelt chapter with really good twists and turns, and it has a really satisfying outcome. It's just like the most beautiful chapter in the game. I love it. But I'm going to call it here. So as always, thank you so much for watching. We managed to do about nearly 5 hours here, which is crazy because I thought I was going to give up at like 12 with how hot it suddenly got in my room for a bit. But we managed to make it to half one anyway. We managed to do all of Uta's Heartscape, which I'm glad we managed to do. Get introduced to Uta, my favourite character and everything. So next it will be mostly dates and cleanup, and then eventually get to Yuki's Heartscape and do that dungeon. And see what we get done there. See how many more characters we hit rank 10 with by the end of the next stream. But as I said, tomorrow's going to be Klonoa 2 instead. So we'll have a bit more of a fun, bouncy, cute adventure tomorrow. And then get back to this on the other end of the Genshin update on Tuesday. But until then, thank you so much for watching.